Front Matter to Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. Front Matter. To Her Grace, Mary, Duchess of Bedford, this book is respectfully dedicated. Epigraph. The man who consecrates his hours by vigorous effort and an honest aim, at once he draws the sting of life and death. He walks with nature, and her paths are peace. By Young. Prefatory Note. By Her Grace, the Duchess of Bedford. Lying as it does right in the track of migration, no county in England has such a large list of birds as Norfolk, or records so many rare visitors. The seashore, the mudflats of Brayden, the marshlands of the Broads, all teem with bird life, and still boast themselves the home of many rare breeding species. In this county, Mr. Patterson has spent most of his life devoting all his spare time to the study of nature. His perseverance in the face of early troubles which would have completely disheartened many physically stronger men, his keen powers of observation, accuracy and love of nature make his books a valuable contribution to natural history as trustworthy records of the habits and traits of the fauna of his county. As a student rather than a professed scientist, his books have a special value for other students as giving an insight into his own methods and the steps by which he became familiar with the wildlife round him. The present volume brings the annals of Brayden up to date and will be a welcome addition to ornithological literature. Signed, M. Bedford, Woburn. Author's Note. A short preface seems to me necessary in order to explain my reasons for adding to the list of volumes relating to my beloved county. From my earliest boyhood, Brayden, that most interesting tidal water lying to the west of Great Yarmouth, has had an unspeakable charm for me. My father hired an allotment garden at Runham Vauxhall, now built upon by the council schools. The gardens were separated from Brayden by a reedy ditch, wherein I first studied the habits of sticklebacks and ditch prawns, the new road, the railway, a wide marsh and the walls. When I was sufficiently big to climb the tool shed, I used to do so to catch a glimpse of a silver streak that edged the apex of the walls at high water. That was Brayden. The boom of a distant punt gun and the sharper crack of a fowling piece conjured up in my mind strange fancies, which were heightened by the scream of the startled wildfowl and the passing to and fro overhead of great flocks of gulls. I caught my first real glimpse of Brayden one day when, armed with a fish head and a length of knotted twine, I slipped down, with other muddy urchins, unknown to my father, to the riverside in quest of a sea sammy or crab, which I dared not take home. My father's inveterate abhorrence, not lessened in this his 89th year, of the muddy dangerous place, only served to increase my interest in it, and as I became still keener to explore it, I would skulk at the heels of any tolerant gunner to get onto the walls or ramble to its vicinity whenever opportunity offered. I shall never forget my first sail across Brayden in the punt of a shoemaker friend, whose boat shed to-day adjoins my own. Since those days of dreaming, I have spent many pleasant hours upon and around this favourite haunt, in companionship with the birds that frequent it, and the rugged men who, from hard necessity as well as instinctive liking, have tried to wrest a precarious living out of its oozy depths. My own interest in it has never lessened, and the present volume owes its existence largely to this fascination. My old houseboat, the Moorhen, too leaky now to drift about in the Broadland rivers, lies high and dry on a Brayden rond against Banham's marsh farm, and makes a snug observatory from which the whole of Brayden lies under observation. Under its roof I spend many a summer night, and often a pleasant day, watching or listening to the wild birds that at most seasons haunt the estuary. I well remember taking Professor Garstang to see Brayden from the railway bridge. "What a magnificent fauna should be found here!" he remarked enthusiastically. He was not far wrong, for as a bird resort it was once noted and is still eminent, and for the variety of its fishes and other wildlife it is unrivalled. My Nature in Eastern Norfolk, published in 1905, was intended to be my last book, and it very nearly proved to be so, for on the day that I dispatched the manuscript to the publishers, I fell seriously ill and did not recover for some months. I can hardly hope ever to be so venturesome again as I have been, for Brayden is a wild, hard place, trying even to the most robust. The second part of this work is a continuation of my first book, Notes of an East Coast Naturalist. Many of those records were of a controversial character, and my observations, not being then complete, are continued in the present book, while other notes have been added since the publication of the first series, for in nature work there is no finality. Perhaps I ought to apologise for the rather crude sketches illustrating this volume. I am a self-taught amateur artist, and it was only at the urgent solicitation of 2 or 3 of my sincerest friends, and in accordance with the wishes of my publishers, that I consented to try my hand. One word more. I should like to say that but for my systematic entering of nature records and incidents daily, or I should rather say promptly and regularly, my 3 East Coast books would never have been written. I began to make notes as soon as their value and interest dawned upon me, when I was but a youth in 1878, a practice I have ever since continued. I have also pasted in my notebooks all correspondence on natural history subjects as I received it, and the notes at the end of this volume will show how useful this habit has been to me. Further, these volumes will prove how much there is to be seen and noted, even in a very circumscribed area, by a man of limited education, means and leisure. That naturalist is badly situated indeed, who cannot accomplish more or at least as much as I have done. Signed, Arthur Henry Patterson, Ibis House, Great Yarmouth. End of front matter. Section 1 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Brayden. 3 not inconsiderable rivers, the Yare, the Waveney and the Bure, fed by sundry smaller streams, pour their mingled waters through Yarmouth Haven into the sea. In the course of their meanderings through the lowlands, here and there in the deeper depressions of the valleys, they broaden out into shallow lakes known as the famous Broads. At all seasons of the year their waters are fresh, although at long intervals exceedingly high tides carry up the salts perilously near to them. The confluent rivers combine to form on the western side of Yarmouth a large inland lake some miles in extent, known as Brayden, the Broadwater of the Saxons, which acts as a natural backwater to Yarmouth Harbour. I have often pictured to myself what a magnificent estuary this water-covered plain must have been in the ages long ago, when the Roman galleons sailed up Garrienis Ostium to their camp at Borough Castle, signalling "All's well" to the camp at Caister, as their vessels ploughed the sea that then rolled over the site of Yarmouth as the North Sea now sweeps over Scroby Sands. From the stern sheets of the old moorhen I can turn my glasses round, sighting clearly the hangar at Caister West End, its sandy cliff line distinctly showing beyond the level of the Bure Marshes, and trending away north-west, forming a background for windmills and the brown-tanned sails of the wherries that follow the course of the winding Bure. To the westward, the heights that were lapped by the sea waves are seen extending beyond Bradwell to Borough Castle, where we lose their outlines in a leafy screen of trees and herbage. In the course of time, an accumulation of alternate layers of moor and silt gradually pushed back the waters from this great alluvial flat, and the drift sand from the eastward helped in this direction. It is said that at about the time of Edward the Confessor, the sea retreated from the sand at the mouth of the estuary on which Yarmouth now stands. The following paragraph is taken from a manuscript entitled Great Yarmouth, a book of the foundation and antiquity of the said town, etc., folio 1560. And then there were 2 channels for ships and fishermen to pass and enter into that arm of the sea for utterance of their fish and merchandises, which were conveyed to divers parts and places, as well in the county of Norfolk as in the county of Suffolk, by reason that all the whole level of the marshes and fens, which now are betwixt Yarmouth and the city of Norwich, were then all an arm of the sea, entering within the land by the mouth of Heras, and this was about the year of our Saviour 1040, and long before. An ancient book, which had made use of this much older quotation, very concisely disposes of any further processes by remarking, "When this sand became inhabitable, and a considerable town formed upon its banks, the course of the sea being altered, the rivers and marshes settled in the manner we now find them." One loves at leisure to linger over the ancient and fascinating records of Old Yarmouth, and follow its vicissitudes; also to conjure up in the mind pictures of the slow but certain processes of nature which must have built up its foundations from the sea, and, unfortunately, It is to the latter one must turn in accounting for Brayden in the form we see it to day, for it seems vain to dig into these old tomes for satisfactory data. But one thing is certain, that but for the walls or banks enclosing the rivers and Brayden, a few big tides would very speedily turn the lowlands into another, although more restricted, Garrienis ostium, and great would be the joy of those who delight to wait on wildfowl, which would, with a return of the ancient conditions, again flock to the watery wastes. But this will not happen until the sea breaks through at Horsey, or thereabouts, which I feel convinced must some day befall. I am strongly inclined to think that it must have been about the time of the cutting of the first haven in the 14th century that the enclosing of these waterways was begun. The history of the 6 havens, which were afterwards constructed, is one of intense interest. The record of the straits the inhabitants were put to, their great sacrifices, and their indomitable energies, makes most entertaining reading. Whoever raised these mounds made them well, although breakages and consequent floods have happened from time to time, and even in my own recollection 2 or 3 inundations, one of them of a very extensive character, have occurred through the banks having been broken by stress of heavy tides. Continual vigilance has to be exercised by the marshmen who attend to the drainage mills, and whose place it is to see the weak places are strengthened and the necessary elevation maintained. The processes of reclamation must have been slow, but they have been exceedingly simple. At one time the low level, now forming the Marshes and Brayden, must have been an immense area of saltings. An extensive series of walls, continuous zigzagging mounds, following the trend of the tides, were thrown up above the level of high water, the soil that formed them being dug out of what forthwith became deep parallel ditches. Here 2 birds were killed with one stone, for the ditches, locally deeks or dykes, formed natural drains or channels, into which the surplus water from the newly made marshes naturally drained. In connection with these, a great number of smaller drains were cut in various directions, extending for miles. Windmills were erected at intervals near the banks of the rivers and of Brayden, each of which pumped up the water with a huge wheel that lifted it from the levels to a high-built sluice opening into the waterways. At low tide the sluice gates were opened and the water escaped. These old mills date back many years. One of them, still in excellent condition, dates, I believe, from 1732. But many of the tower mills have fallen out of use of late years, and only 2 or 3 remain to cast their shadows into Brayden. Dan Banham's mill, standing a mile beyond my houseboat, and towering up conspicuously from any point of view, is a good type of the old pump mill, but even this works little when winds are lazy, for there is attached to it an engine that will work more effectually when necessary. Indeed, most of the mills in Broadland give way to steam pumping when an excess of rain has fallen, while many have entirely fallen into disuse. For one good turbine pump will do the work of a dozen windmills. The marshes have naturally settled through this system of drainage. At one time they were part and parcel of the fast diminishing rons or saltings of Brayden, but now they had become shrunken and solidified to much below their original level. A big tide on Brayden is sometimes some feet above the level of the marshes on the inner side of the wall. The wild birds have not appreciated this alteration, for many of the lower forms of life which allured them have been lost or have been much reduced in numbers. Many long stretches of the walls have been faced with huge flints to save erosion. A few, where the tides are sluggish, are fronted with salt-loving herbage, but year by year the flints have been added to, and these need replacing at intervals. Even these will all, in time, be faced with concrete, and at recent mending times long stretches have already been stuccoed by rough concrete spread over the jagged flints, filling up interstices and making an enduring rampart. The walls are sufficiently wide at the apex to form a tolerable footpath, muddy enough in wintry days, and wearisome in summer and autumn, when the long wiry grasses close over the footway. But a ramble along them is always an interesting experience, except on ordinary November days, or anything like them, for shelter is out of the question. After rain or heavy dews, the wet grasses soak the boots of the pedestrian. The sea milkwort (Glaucus maritima) grows in abundance on the inner sides of the walls, and the sea aster (Aster tripolium) shoots out of the clay that holds the huge rough flints in place. The sea southernwood, the scurvy grass, and the creeping chenopodiums variegate the banks. A few stretches of stunted reeds, dwarfed by the salinity of the ditches, struggle for existence, growing larger as one nears the borough end, until a little way up the rivers, where fresh water runs longest, they overshadow one's boat by their 10-foot long stems. The saltings or rons that at one time fronted long stretches of the walls have grown less and less as the years and the waves have rolled by, and there remains but one of any extent, Duffels Rond, on the narrowest portion of which my old houseboat Moorhen rests. The crumbling away of the saltings, added to the silt from the rivers eddying on to the flats, has made Brayden grow up fast and surely, and one or two other causes contributing to this, to the Braydeners, disastrous result will be noted in the later chapters. Brayden, to my mind, looks charming from any standpoint. I have viewed it with admiration from the parish church steeple, from which one sees it spread like a lagoon of silver. Looking down Brayden from Burney Arms, when the full tide is flowing, one sees a noble lake divided, not exactly in the middle, by two long rows of stakes, a larger division on the left. The water shallows abruptly over the flats, as it does on the right of the red painted guideposts. The others are tarred. Along the channel, between the stakes, glide white-sailed yachts and laden wherries, hulled on the actual pattern of the ships of the old sea kings, race merrily along, impelled by their huge high-peaked sails. If the wind be free, they make easy work of it. If not fair, they tack smartly from side to side, gaining on each board with more picturesque action. And here and there, like tiny torpedo boats, speed the punts of the eel babbers and the open boats of the smelters. The variations in cloud and sky are intensified in the waters of Brayden, and the lover of the beautiful sees here a never-ending, ever-changing panorama with fine effects. The sunsets, viewed from the townward end, are not surpassed in England. The outlook changes every hour. On fine days, even at low tide, when the flats are bare, amazing colourations, greens, browns and golden, are seen at dawn and sunset. And at no season are they altogether unlovely. And when the sun has set, and the stars see themselves reflected in the cool depths, when the moon flings her radiance on the rippling water and moist ooze, there is yet something to charm and enthrall one. Enough has been said of the charms of Brayden. Those who would view them at their best should choose the sunnier days, and make sure before starting that the flood tide is making, for everything seems then full of life and beauty. A tide table stands at the foot of the Haven Bridge on the south side, on whose clock-like faces the times of each high water at the bar for the day are noted. Allow 1 hour later for Brayden. A walk to Borough on the 5.5 mile zigzag of walls on fine days is interesting, and an examination of the grey ruins of the old Roman walls will repay the journey thither. A good pair of field glasses will interest the stroller as he journeys. The north side of Brayden affords quite another aspect. One should make for the toll gate near Vauxhall Station, pay a halfpenny, walk along the new road as far as the second gate beyond, the first half a right angle turn in the road, cross the two gates, the narrow bit of marsh and the railway, in spite of the notice board, and then ramble on in a westerly direction to Burney Arms. A noon train usually starts for Norwich, passing Burney Arms and setting down passengers if required. It is a fourpenny ride to this one-man railway station, which is separated by 2 marshes and 3 gates from Burney Arms, a quaint, cheerless alehouse that draws more than half a barrel per fortnight, and supplies any who ask for them with a jug of coffee and rich sweet cheese and bread, or allows the visitor to munch his own refreshments. A chat with the natives and the smelters one sees here is always a source of interest, and not infrequently of amusement. The walk home is by no means uninteresting or tedious. The huts of the smelters and the wildfowlers dot the monotonous level with bits of colour. There is one Breydon picture, framed in a circle of verdure, that always bewitches me. To enjoy a view of it, I start by tram from Southtown Bridge, getting off at the Boundary Road, a mile journey. From here a 3 miles walk across the bridle paths and through country lanes, from which glimpses of Brayden may be snatched at intervals, finds one on the edge of the Old Estuary. On reaching Borough Church, a right angle turn is made downhill, and Burney Arms and the confluence of the rivers Yare and Waveney lie before one. If a wherry or a yacht or two are passing at this moment, a most beautiful picture is presented. A few yards from Borough Church is the Roman well, where one may refresh himself, and the ruins of the camp are but 100 yards farther on. Pursuing the right turn, one comes to Breydon Walls, along which one may ramble back to Yarmouth. Should any ornithologist seek to get afloat on Brayden, there are several punters, Braydeners, au naturel, who may be found near their shelter on the Suspension Bridge Quay, or the watcher may be arranged with, while a friend of mine named Halls, who keeps a motor boat moored at Cobham, is ever ready to "show" Brayden under pleasant and agreeable conditions. End of section 1. Section 2 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 Winter Days on Brayden, Part 1. Fickle Winter. Winter is ushered in on Brayden, often long before dreary November has counted up 30 gloomy days. It sometimes steals upon us in the dull, lifeless fog, shortening the already fleeting days, making the damp nights hideous and the silence oppressive and mournful, as the occasional clangour of the bell-buoy far out in the roadstead reverberates across dark dancing wave and marram-clad sand dune, and the solitary wildfowler, moored in his snug little houseboat in a sheltered creek in the Saltings, taking a last look around him, seeing nothing and hearing only the clamour of a parcel of widgeon busy on the grass at supper time, and the bleat of the lightship foghorn, slams to his cabin door, puts a bit more coal on the fire, and thanks his lucky stars that he is not among those away yonder manning the ships that pass in the night. Now and again grim winter bursts upon us with gale and flood, churning up the tide as it forces its way up against the wild northwester, until the muddy waves roll across the flats in dirty, foam-tipped lines, that spend their fury on each other in the channel, or beat up fitfully and broken in a baffled melee upon the sturdy flint walls, tossing up with their last futile effort the wreckage of the torn Zostera and the flotsam that quieter tides bore upstream and deposited among it. Sometimes the storm breaks adrift the huge rafts of timber, and flings big bulks disdainfully with the lighter flotsam, and the wild sea-bird, ill at ease on land or sea, tosses wildly above head, finding no rest for the sole of her foot on the submerged mud-flats, and wearied with her fishing in the hollows of the sea-waves. The moods of winter on this great tidal water are many, and Brayden must be visited day after day to see them all. There is the bright, crisp, frosty morning, when the air is keen, and hoarfrost sparkles on the grass-topped walls and glitters on the ragged fish-basket left by the tide on the rond below. Then there comes the day of drizzle and rainstorm, with big, cumbrous, leaden clouds, molten and chilling, driving before the west wind like floating continents, dented and broken and rifted sometimes with peaks and capes and mountains of snowy white and sickly yellow. On such days the very crows wear a more bedraggled air as they skulk along by the "walls," seeking a dinner of carrion, and the gulls sit hunched up on the flats with a woebegone air. Then the snow time comes in a wall of cloud, with which the north wind covers up all nature as with a pall, and one cannot see beyond the fleecy fringing that surrounds him. Such are the days one experiences on Brayden from the time that winter steals on us, till its reluctant departure in boisterous March. In foggy weather. On a foggy day, we take our first ramble along the southern wall. The slight frost of the morning has been succeeded by a raw and chilling wind that drove in the fog bank, and the apex of the wall has softened into greasy mud that burdens our feet with layer upon layer of sticky clay, and which, in spite of the moisture on the wall grasses, refuses to be brushed off. On our right is the channel whose farthermost side we can but dimly discern. On our left the marshes are soon lost in the grey gloom. A fieldfare or two are disconsolately hopping among the fresh cast mole heaps for any stray beetle which may have hastened upwards at the mole's coming, and an occasional meadow pipit darts from the ditch side on seeing us, twittering its surprise or displeasure at being disturbed from its quest of the spheromidae or hydrabea, which are clinging to ditch weeds or climbing the broken reed stems in their seemingly purposeless peregrinations. The wall rats, the vilest of a vile race, which make their home in the banks of Brayden, and seek their living on the carrion that floats to them, run their burrows upward for fear of inundation, and, for convenience, burrow out on the inner and grassy side, for the sake of the fresher water in the ditches. You will observe their runs, leading from their burrows to the ditch side, worn into well-defined tracks, so rounded that you might run a cricket ball down as truly as you see the ball gliding in a draper's cash ladder. Out of one of the burrows is sticking a handful of black feathers, the tail and wing feathers of a hapless rook. Some walking gunner wanted to empty his old muzzle loader yesterday. He did not wish to return with it loaded, as a damp charge might on the morrow lose him a chance at a widgeon or a plover. The rook, unfortunately, came within range and fell a victim to his aim and heartlessness, tumbling down, a bunch of bleeding flesh and broken feathers, like a bunch of rags, he described it, and the sportsman left it where it fell, complimenting his fowling piece and blessing his deadly aim. A rat in a burrow hard by heard the shot, and knew its purport. He licked his paws, peered out of his hole, and later on mustered up courage and came out. He had before connected these strange noises with good suppers thereafter, and if he knew any local saws, one of them must have been "You never know your luck." He was hunting the walls with the perseverance of a stoat, which now and again hunts rats in turn, when a puff of wind ruffled the wing of the rook, and his keen eye saw it. To run up and seize his prize was the matter of a moment, and a few minutes' labour brought it to his burrow. He could not drag it in, so he bit through the neck and took the head down. Then he came up again and set to work upon the carcass. Why prolong the inferences? We lift up the remains by one wing, and find scarcely a particle of muscle left on the breast and leg and wing bones. The rond, or salting, as they call it elsewhere, is covered with the colourless remnants of the sea scurvy grass, Cochlearia officinalis. It seems strange, but linnets and larks appear to be partial to this semi-marine herbage in the winter, and flocks of them often frequent it. We put up several of either species as we stumble along. From a bunch of woolly crowned Michaelmas daisies, a dozen or more snow buntings take to wing with soft piping notes of protest, and settle on the marsh behind us. They will come again to the lettuce-like seeds as soon as we are deemed far enough off for safety. On the low in the rond, the downy seed tufts are wheeling about like tiny ships in a whirlwind. They have not fulfilled their mission, which was to take the seeds with them and drop them anywhere where the wind might pitch them, or the waves fling them up. In autumn, the ronds and walls are gay with the bright purple aster. We will go as far as Stone Corner, a projecting point of the walls which marks the end of the tide-worn rond. The fog is becoming denser, and a short stroll must suffice to-day. We do not expect to see many birds, for the flats are hidden, and the few birds that may be haunting them are silent. Even the gulls seem as gloomy as the atmosphere. There are some lapwings calling on the marsh, but we do not see them. They are simply piping to keep their fellows in touch with them, and comparing notes. A patch of white on the bit of water-worn rond attracts attention, and our binoculars are at once levelled at it. It is unmistakably a gull, to all appearances a large grey, the immature of the saddle-backed gull. On closer inspection we can detect a rat at work upon it, and, indeed, a second one, for they fall to sparring, a pair of ghouls quarrelling over the dead. The death of that bird we may safely place to some sportsman's credit. It was not killed outright, but fell away, badly wounded, and dropped in the channel, to die miserably and be cast up by the tide and wind. On jumping a narrow drain, we land on the rond and come up to the carcass. The rats, watching our movements, have bolted to their burrows in the walls. The gull lies on its back, a bunch of bones with scattered feathers lying around it. More than 2 rats have been busy upon it, for it is quite fresh. The bones, picked bare, are still red. The sternum is enough clean picked for a specimen, while the vertebrae of the neck and the skull are entirely divested of flesh, even the eye sockets being emptied. So well do the brutes clean up their dishes. The afternoon is waning, and the fog gives place to a nasty drizzle. On our way back we are enabled to see across the flats. And what a concourse of gulls do we discover! Notwithstanding the unpleasant atmosphere, we are tempted to sit down on the stone wall, having first spread an india rubber apron on the edge of it, and watch for a little while their doings. Some of the ancient flints are gay with lichens, many of them creeping into the chinks and crannies of the concrete. Here is the beautiful orange-coloured Placodium muvorum, and the grey Lecanora galactina, or something closely allied to it. These thrive well on this exposed mile point, notwithstanding their frequent deluging by the salt scud from the waves flung by the strong nor'wester. Let me refer to my notebook entry respecting the manoeuvring of the gulls in front of us. November the 10th, 1906. An immense concourse of gulls in 3 detachments covering a large area of the flats. One lot, which consisted mainly of greater blackbacks, nearly all adult, spread over at least half an acre. There were probably 1,500 individuals gathered there. There was an easterly breeze blowing, and all three squadrons sat, or rather stood, facing the wind. At 4 o'clock, their usual time, after some amount of chatter, a bunch of 100 flew up, making still more noise, and then mounted in the air and sped seawards, forming a perfect V as they fell into line. Scattered birds kept drawing up to the main flocks, some from the far end of Brayden. How conspicuously they loomed up against the sombre background of drab flats and grey lowering sky. Presently, before the first lot had entirely disappeared in the distance, another contingent in like manner rose as at some well understood signal, and followed the others in V-shaped flight. Thus went flock after flock to their night's repose on the sea, and to their early morning's attendance on the herring nets, until by dusk they had all disappeared, to return to-morrow to the flats to sleep off their surfeit of herrings, when hunger would again set them prowling on the mud flats or on the marshlands, to repeat at eventide the same evolutions. There were at least 6,000 gulls of various ages and species, probably 7,000. It is a matter of general observation that the recent years of protection have tended greatly to the increase of the larger gulls. The lights of the town twinkle hazily in the downpour as we reach home. In time of storm. Years of constant observation help the field naturalist to make, at times, very satisfactory forecasts. The colour of the water passing upriver, the force of the current, the altered rumble of the surf on the seashore, and the movements of birds are all an index plainly printed to him who cares to read it. The month of November 1897 was a remarkably foggy one, and, until the end of it, a placid one. On the night of the 24th, I observed a movement among wading birds, and heard the golden plover plaintively crying overhead in the darkness. I noted in my log this fact, with that of the flocking next day of the smaller gulls to the river to feed, both denoting, as I remarked, rain and bad weather close at hand. On the 28th a most disastrous gale and flood followed. It blew for 24 hours, the sea breaking through the sandhills at Horsey, and licking away enormous masses of the cliffs, while tide upon tide without an ebb between rushed furiously up Brayden, twirling huge timbers as if they had been straws, and flooding houses, among them my own, warehouses and wharves. I did my best, damming and banking doorways and drains, but to no purpose, for the sea water percolated and oozed through soil and crevice. Disgusted, I went up Breydon walls to my houseboat. It was a fine but wild scene as the waters raced, frothing, seething and tumbling up the estuary. They beat in fantastic waves on the walls, whose apex they all but reached, flinging the spray in a feathery shower over to the marshes, while through rat burrows and cracks in the dyke trickled miniature tinkling streams. Small flocks of belated knots and dunlins flew wildly round, seeking in vain for a flat on which to rest and feed. The seagulls had given up the search and gone inland. I had to walk bent almost double. I saw a female eider duck driven from its northern home seeking shelter under the lee of the wall near my houseboat. I could have reached it with a fishing rod. A marshman also saw it, ran for his gun, and promptly killed it. Some snow buntings and larks fitfully sneaked about at marsh corners, as unhappy as the knots. A poor little guillemot blown to the marshes had been discovered and mutilated by a rat. On the further side of Brayden, I could see the waves breaking furiously on the walls where they ran broadside to the wind, and great sheets of water with frothy borders were flung over onto the grassy levels behind. Houseboats, floating high above the level of their protecting saltings, tossed like ships at anchor. The eel fishers and smelters were safe in port at the quayside taverns or in sheltered corners near their beloved Brayden, discussing bygone gales and floods, comparing notes and figures of past hauls, cursing their luck at being kept ashore, whilst they blessed their lucky stars that they were not afloat in cockleshell punt and smelt boat. Were they given to reading Dickens, these men would canonise Mark Tapley. The wind howled when it rushed among the telegraph wires on the railway, flinging here and there a pole and a signal post across the metals. One post went down as a train came along and the engine cut clean through it. The houses of the marsh farmers lost many a tile, and tops of many haystacks were roughly shorn off, the hay scattered like feathers. It took me an hour to plough through the blast to the moorhen. We oftener get high tides and floods upriver now, for the wasting of the cliffs lying north of Yarmouth allows a sharper set-in of the North Sea currents, and, as I pointed out in a local paper, our commissioners are playing a dangerous game in so eagerly and constantly deepening the harbour mouth. To this lament and others of mine, a well-known county man and an ardent angler replied, "On the gale and high tide, I beg to say I am entirely of your opinion. The cupidity of your townsmen will in time swamp your now flourishing waterplace. The continual deepening of Yarmouth Bar lets the tide run up with such a force that any gale from the north-west, with the water low in the river, is bound to swamp everything. For the sake of increased harbour dues, the place will in time be wiped out. The salt water comes up the river now so far with every north-westerly wind that fishing or angling in the lower reaches as at Cantley and at Reedham is now quite a failure." The pressure of a huge influx of water found out a weak place in the walls at the Burney Arms end of Brayden on December 23rd, 1894. A heavy north-west gale had been blowing all the previous day, and two flood tides without an ebb between them, that is, one tide following in the wake of the other, there having been no intermediate fall, piled up Brayden 4 or 5 feet above the level of the marshes behind. The water filtered through a weak spot that had been overlooked by the tenant of the marshes, whose business it was to watch eventualities and be prepared against them. An ever-increasing volume of water poured in, until a huge gap was torn and hundreds of thousands of tons of salt water swept into the marshes, first filling the ditches and then flooding many acres before the tide began to fall again. But before another tide could add to the inundation, steps had been made to remedy the breach, and the pump mills were set going night and day, flinging the water back again. Curiously enough, while the gale was at its height, great flocks of lapwings were seen coming in from over the North Sea, dead beat, as they always arrive, by flying at more than right angles to the wind, as is their wont on migration. These settled in the lowlands, being attracted by the pervading moisture and the millions of worms that came to the surface to die of the salts. To their hosts were added huge flocks of various gulls that made the marshlands white with seafowl, and that reminded ancient marsh dwellers of the days of their youth when similar sights were far less infrequent. The usual onslaughts were made by the gunning fraternity, and many a wretched lapwing never saw the new year. It snowed 4 hours without ceasing on December the 30th, and Brayden and the surrounding marshes were seen under quite another aspect, to the delight of those devoted to gunning pursuits. My notebook at this time refers to numbers of little Orcs coming to grief, flocks of shell ducks, scalps, scoters, widgeon, pochards, golden eyes and others being driven into the neighbourhood. I went to Burgh Castle on January the 7th, 1895, and saw astonishing numbers of gulls and lapwings still congregated on the opposite marshes, not yet tired of their diet of earthworms. As for ducks, the oldest inhabitant in Belton whom I interviewed, notwithstanding his many winters' experiences, said he'd never known so many knocking about in that neighbourhood afore. End of section 2. Section 3 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 Winter Days on Brayden, Part 2. A rime frost. A spell of sharp frost, with slight snowfalls and a smart wind from the northeast, ushered in the year 1894, and for some days the neighbourhood put on one of its old-time aspects, wild birds of various species thronging the coast, inducing many an old sportsman who had not smelt powder for years to indulge once more in the pastime of shooting. The Broads were frozen over, and Brayden assumed an Arctic appearance. On January the 7th, a dense rime frost had scattered the hoarfrost-like ashes over the face of nature. Few persons went to church that day, and fewer still went to look upon Brayden, for except near the lower run and in the channel nearer home, it was a vast field of ice. The outlook on the marshes as I strode briskly up the new road was wintry enough to suit the most exacting. There was a strange stillness everywhere, broken only by the merry laughter of some clumsy skaters on the distant ditches. Not a breath of wind rustled among the remnants of last year's reeds which lined the wide ditch on our right, and their few tufted heads hung heavily with the weight of hoarfrost upon them. The ragged willows that then still held up their branches were beautiful now in their garments of white, and the lichens on their gnarled trunks had been touched as if by fairy fingers. A meadow pipit with melancholy cheep fluttered from under the stubbly banks, cheeping again to one of his fellows when he overtook him, as if deploring his want of luck and asking him how many hidden insects he had fallen in with. I cautiously crossed one of the brackish ditches, and the ice pierced here and there by reed stubble bore me safely. Then clambering over a marsh gate and the railway metals, I found myself on Breydon walls. A couple of skylarks were snapping off the brittle grass bents beside a frozen marsh puddle, their feathers puffed out for extra warmth. They were certainly happier than a snail-loving thrush that hopped inquisitively up to them, as if to compare notes and ask a favour of them. Larks seldom find themselves dinnerless in the fiercest winter. There are cabbages, anyway, that can always be had for the looking for, and which, besides, provide famous shelter. My boots crisply brushed off the frost dust from the thistle stems, the remnants of the goosefoot and the clinging wall grasses as I strode along. The tide was near the full, and heaved, as if sighing, under the rough mantle of ice upon the bosom of Brayden, while the creases in her vesture were marked here and there by the swollen drains, over which the ice lay thinner and weaker and crackling. Their sinuous windings were lost in the rimy atmosphere which joined, as it were, with the grey ice in a close and indistinct horizon. Range of vision was limited at most to 100 paces. The sun, like a disk of Naples yellow, seemed to be trying to pierce the chilly curtain. It looked dully bright, as one sees it through smoked glass. Scarcely a sound broke on the still air, save an occasional sharp crackling of ice, the weird cry of some bewildered bird, and the yet rarer boom of a fowling piece, which left one surmising whether a coot or a widgeon or a tufted duck had fallen to or had escaped the shooter. A large gull loomed up indistinctly, as one sees a nocturnal bat at eventide. It vanished as imperceptibly. A chaffinch, bright and saucy, settled for a moment upon a straggling willow stick thrust out from a broken fish swill, adding by his presence the finishing touch to an artistic titbit. I could not help admiring the dilapidated basket, with its ragged fringe of weed, thrown by the tide against a gnarled stake, upon which the frost had drawn leaves and foliage of white, together with some loose flintstones from the wall, in the hollows of which bright orange and yellow lichens were growing, formed a background to the picture. A fitting tailpiece, I thought, for any sketch of a frost-bound estuary. Some footprints upon the whitened surface of the ditch below the walls described to me how that morning some roving spaniel had been out sporting with his master. Looking more closely at them, I observed that they zigzagged in conformity with some tinier spoor. These dotted imprints, and a fine drawn line between them, told how the dog had followed the perambulations of a rat. The footprints of the rat suddenly turned at a right angle and ended in the wall, the dog's continuing alone. A hooded crow had left his broad-arrowed claw marks part of the way. He, too, had been searching for a rat, but as vainly. The thinner trail of a lark and the still finer one of a pipit were also visible. On the ice a little way from the walls some crow marks interested me much more greatly. One spot was dotted with tiny grey feathers, and leading up to them were the imprints of a hoodie's feet. A poor little dunlin, wounded unto death, had flown hither in its death agony from among the host of its companions, slain by a merciless gunshot. Its life's blood ebbed out, staining the snowy patch with bright crimson. It had died alone on the icy carpet, and the little form had stretched wings and legs, and stiffened directly. Not long did it lie there, for a scouting Kentish crow, prowling around for a breakfast, espied the dead bird. Those claw prints to the right show the spot where he alighted. He walked half a dozen paces, then a confused trampling tells us how he set to work with claws and mandibles, and tore to pieces the poor little sandpiper. Bill and foot and wing are all devoured, save the long flight feathers, which he hurriedly pulled out, and a few smaller ones, dropped in his eager haste, for a brother crow may have been ready to rob him. These are all the evidences left of an avine tragedy. Trending a little way from the spot are other footmarks of the crow, leading to where the foul bird took to wing again. A little further on I notice more bloodstains and a number of other footprints, but in this instance not a feather remained. How was this? Closer attention convinced me that more than one hoodie came to claim the victim. There were ample proofs that there were three. It was very evident, too, that, disturbed at his meal almost as soon as he had discovered it, crow number one had snatched up his prize and hurried away with it, hoping to devour it alone. Among the flint walls I found a fowl. Its bones had been picked clean, and feathers lay scattered about on the stones, among which stricken pochard and widgeon like to hide when fatally wounded. It had evidently been dragged out, and the wing bones alone remained feathered. Even the muscular portions of the wings had been dragged off and swallowed, and by some well-defined teeth marks it was easy to see that the rats had gnawed off what little the careful crows had overlooked. The rime frost still hung about thickly when I set off homewards, and the tide was falling. Already some of the flats had drained dry, and the ice had settled on them in broken hummocks, whose edges pointed at various angles. On approaching the North Wall drain, I found open water, and the ebb was drawing downstream floe after floe of broken ice. Now one floe would catch in the mud, stop a moment, and then turning, swing again into the tideway, dashing into another stranded floe with a loud crackling crash. Then the two floes would go on together, splintering, crackling, and sweeping down towards the channel to continue grating against others coming down with the tide. Now one would catch its edge over another and slide well onto it with a roar, as if at some rough play. Then endways up it would go and bury itself in the dark waters, coming up under another as if possessed with the spirit of mischief. One huge floe would crash against one of the stakes, shaking it to its foundations in the ooze below, breaking itself in halves, the severed portions joining forces again directly in the eddy. And so downward to the sea sped acres of broken ice slabs. In a wake among the floating ice swam and dived a poor little dabchick, struggling now for its life and forgetting its struggle for a dinner, wishing summer days back again, no doubt, and hours of peace and plenty in the broadland reed clumps. A few dunlins were running wonderingly along on the denuded edge of a mudflat. They were hard pressed for food, for the mudworms had sunk lower into the ooze. It may be there were some to be found that the moving ice had scooped out and left to freeze in their nakedness. One wretched bird, whose right leg had been shot away, hopped about pitifully, probing here and there for a morsel. A few black-headed gulls were hanging round the mouth of the Bure, snatching up fragments floating upon the surface of the sewage-polluted water. It is about our own noontide, and our interesting excursion has ended. In days of yore. Snow was falling one evening in winter when a worn-out old punt gunner, at one time one of the most ardent sportsmen on Brayden, sat by my own fireside. "Brayden is done for," said he, and nothing is truer from an old punt gunner's point of view, for the best season in their day was our present close season, when a few birds, good and rare, still drop in among the mud flats. And the days of big shots in the winter time are probably for ever gone, for Brayden, under its altered conditions, does not harbour them as it did 50 and 60 years ago. "The winters are different," remarked the old man. His opinion is shared by many men who in their younger days followed Brayden, and they will describe in vivid language those days of ice and snow. On further inquiry, and reference also to past records, I am led to believe that extremely severe winters only obtained at intervals, usually of several years, as they have done since I myself have chronicled events. And on consideration, when certain winters, for example 1854-55, 1870-71, etc., have been brought to the old gunner's recollection, they have admitted it may have been so. "Be that as it may," said Pestle, "you may get a hard winter, and you won't get the birds like you used to. There ain't the feed, and the water is no sooner on the flats than 'tis off again, and if any of 'em do stop there ain't enough water for you to get your punt to 'em. They sit and laugh at you. 50 year ago I'm speaking of, 60 year. Why, a wherry could sail over the flats at high water from wall to wall, and some parts what are now dry at less than half ebb were then never free of water. Even in the 60s, old Brents, the geese, used to come 50 and 60 in a bunch to Brayden in hard weather. We used to get a tremendous lot of pokers or pochards. They used to come in and feed by scores on the poker grass what used to grow against the north side, right away from the Fleet to Rotten Eye. You could see 'em pulling and tugging at it, eating the little white peas on it. Pokers are the sharpest fowl you ever see. They dove the moment they saw the flash of your powder, and as for getting a wounded one, well, it gave you a sweating. They used wings and feet and would sooner drown than let you get 'em. I once," said Pestle, "got a shot at some pokers after a hard row through slub or half frozen ice, and having collected 'em, I found it had got so hard I couldn't get back to the channel again. The ice formed on the oars as I paddled. My ice pick was too short to be of any use, but I had my eel pick on a long shaft in the boat. This I laid hold of and chopped and pushed my way out on it. The ice had so gathered on the boat, and what with that and stock ice rising from below with the weeds and stuff on it, gave me a pretty good doing to getting home. I once see the most beautiful white nun, a smoo, you know, secured in the harbour on a piece of floating ice, It couldn't fly, for its feet had got frozen in. Did I often see birds fast like that? Well, no, but it was nothing uncommon to see wounded stints and sich like small buds what had legs broken by shot, with one of their feet in a regular ball of ice from dipping them in the water, and the water freezing on 'em. He had often had ice get to leeward of him on the ebb, and, being caught and pushed back by the early flood, it had surrounded him, and escape had been impossible but for using his ice hook, a rather heavier weapon than a boat hook. He had seen too, as I have, the huge guiding stakes in the channel lifted bodily by the ice clinging around them, drawn as the tide lifted and carried away. 5 shillings was the reward given by the river commissioners who claimed them. Sport had been slack for some days on Brayden. This was in the 70s. It blowed terrific one day and well into the night, said Pestle. I dropped into the pleasure boat tavern for a game of crib. Coming home late, I noticed the wind had suddenly dropped. I'd got to hear that a tremendous lot of fowl had gone to Brayden. So, to my missus's surprise, I put on my things and told her I was going up. I shoved off and pulled against a raging ebb, making for the houseboat then lying near the stern corner. Halfway up Duffle's drain, I stuck in an oar, thinking to have a rest and of course a smoke. And what d'ye think? To my surprise, on striking a fuse on the breech of the gun, with a terrific whir and whiz, hundreds of fowl took to wing all around me. They'd been quietly feeding. I went to the houseboat and waited till the tide began to lift, and then pushed off to see if they'd kind of settled again. By the aid of my glasses I could see 2 or 3 ridges looming up black against the light of the town, and made towards these, putting up several single fowl within almost oar's length as I went along, frightening them, of course, by the hissing noise on the sides and bottom of the boat, rubbing against the shells on the grass. I ventured a shot at one of the thick black ridges, and guessing my aim by the elevation of the gun, pulled the trigger. Well, boy, what with the roar of the gun and the rattle and clamour of their wings and throats, I thought for a minute the world had come to an end. I stuck an oar into the mud and hung my oily frock onto it to mark the position, and tried to find the fowl, but was baffled by the darkness and tide. Early in the morning, though, I fell in with the fowl I'd shot, which amounted to a score widgeon and mallard. We used to get big shots sometimes. You see, the birds used to come in such flocks that you couldn't help hitting them. I once saw a tremendous lot of stints, or dunlins, sitting huddled up on a huge floating piece of ice. I had some difficulty in getting to it through the pack as was floating all round, but I did somehow and pulled trigger. I managed to recover 285 on 'em, and what is more, I got 5 widgeon at the same shot as was sitting on a hummock a little way behind 'em. Of course it weren't easy to get all the cripples, and I didn't. I remember how the Kentish crows chased 'em as they hopped and fluttered about, them wounded ones. Brutal, you say? Well, them sort of thoughts never used to trouble me. What's the difference between that and calf sticking? Don't both butchers do it for what they can make out of their slaughter? I can well remember, as a lad let loose from school, how I used to haunt the quayside approaches to Brayden, looking curiously into the snow-sprinkled punts, and viewing with wonder the dead fowl lying on the bottom boards or spread on the foredeck. "Ah, 'bor," said he, "I remember getting a shot at a parcel of widgeon, bagging 16 on 'em. I laid 'em on the forepeak or the covered deck, thinking 'em all dead. I went ashore to reload my gun and stood pottering about waiting for another shot. One of the ducks that had laid beneath a heap of others come to, fully an hour after I shot 'em, and up on the wing she went. I happened to have my handgun under my arm, and up with it, catching a glimpse of the fowl as it got between me and the moon. I fired and killed it dead. It wasn't nothing new to lose buds after you'd shot 'em. The cripples fluttered away even in broad daylight, and you couldn't get over the ice arter 'em. And as for shooting at night, why, we old gunners often used to shoot at the sound of buds we couldn't see, and trusted to luck to hit 'em and retrieve 'em. You remember me telling you about how them widgeon hid in the flint wall? But them old hooded crows used to annoy me. I once shot a mallard that fluttered ashore on the flat with a broken wing, and afore I could break through the ice at the edge of it to get to the bud, a parcel of hoodies seized it, tore out its eyes and had its innards out while still alive. I got it, however, but it weren't saleable." The old man chattered on, sometimes going over his ground again, but to me his yarn was never tiresome, and to my mind it was altogether reliable, for he and others whom I have interviewed and helped in times of stress have never tried the long bow on me. A pipe of tobacco makes them reminiscent, and they are tempted to lie only, if they do at all, when they scent drink. Pestall was much interested in pochards, and he added scalps, hardfowl he designated them, for, as hard as nails himself, he had served his time as an artilleryman and as a boat builder, he delighted in the snow and frost that brought them south. He was emphatic in assuring me pokers and scalps, when wounded or hard pressed, would dive and hang by their feet to the grass, preferring to drown rather than be captured, although the probability is that they sometimes got fast unwittingly in the tangle, or as likely, when in the thick of it, submerged themselves, having only their bills out of the water for the purpose of breathing. He knew the roughs in his younger days. "Them with the frills on?" said he. "Oh yes, I've seen 'em dancing and capering about on the flats afore now, but that was years ago. I've shot into bunches of reeves in September, probably buds of mixed sexes and ages, once at a lot of at least 60. They must have been bred in the eastern counties. Anyway, you never see two old buds coloured alike." He once saw a small hawk hanging around Brayden, "chivying starlings." He paid no particular attention to it, but describing its appearance and colours to one of the Upchers, was told to try and secure it. "Why didn't you get it?" said Upcher. "I'd have given you a tidy bit for it." This put Pestall on the alert, and he observed it next morning just over the walls on the Marshes near George's Deek. He hid himself in the grass and watched the hobby doing its hardest to bag a starling. The starlings would open out as it made a swoop for them, continually baffling it. After a fruitless trial or two, some crows dashed in, presumably, to the help of the starlings, to the great discomfiture of the hawk, who beat a retreat and was not seen again. Then the old chap, reloading his pipe, chuckled. Another reminiscence had come back to him. "I must be a-gone," said he, "but I'll just tell you about old Stephen Bowles." And he laid down his pipe without lighting it. "One bitter January morning, just sich weather as this, I went up to the Houseboat. I had a shot at a mallard as I went, but found on picking it up the shot had ploughed a wide strip clean as if plucked out of the breast feathers. Of course it weren't saleable, so I thought I'd have it for dinner. I plucked it and cut it up, shoving it in the saucepan for a stew. I shoved in an onion and started to pepper it, when the lid dropped off the box. It was a smacksman's tin one, what held 2 or 3 ounces of pepper, and in it went. I felt inclined to chuck the lot overboard, but a thought came into my head to have a bit of fun out of it. I knowed old Stephen Bowles was likely to come up, so I let it bile. And presently, through the snow, loomed up old Stevie, cold as he could well be, and grumbling about being frozen to the marrow. 'Anything warm aboard?' axed Steve. 'Stewed duck,' says I, bailing out into a big basin a dollop of duck and gravy, what looked almost like duck biled in ink. Being persuaded it was all right, although of a rum colour, Steve proceeded to empty the soup down of his neck, amid much puffing and blowing and remarking on the heat of it. He only finished half the basin, and I couldn't persuade him to have more. He'd have hung his tongue out like a dog, but for fear of being frostbitten. He bade me good morning and went on upwards. I'll vow,' said Pestall, 'he didn't feel the cold much more that day, and it was a roaring too.' And Pestall laughed again. The joke was rough and ready, but quite in keeping with the rough manners and hard life of the men and of Brayden. End of section 3. Section 4 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 Winter Days on Brayden, Part 3. Some Winter Notes. I have already suggested that hard winters were and are exceptional, and my observations have led me to believe that, notwithstanding that the drainage of the marshes and other altered conditions have affected detrimentally many species, a set-in of sharp wintry weather, especially if it occurs in December, drives many common species hither in unusual abundance, and some, usually rare ones, in unexpected numbers. Among these may be cited mergansers, gooseanders, smews, and various geese and swans, besides hard fowl, for example, tufted ducks, pochards, golden-eyes, scalps, and occasionally long-tailed ducks. Many of these would remain in the lochs and firths of northern Britain in milder seasons, and even farther north. But driven out by sharp and protracted frosts and snowstorms, they are compelled to venture south. In visiting Brayden at any season of the year, one must always be prepared for surprises and disappointments. Storms and other climatic influences regulate greatly the movements of many species. One day Brayden may present a miserably bare outlook, without a dunlin or a gull on its surface, and the next, when the visitor refrains from going, because of expecting but a barren field, the flats may be alive with migrant waders, or some flock of strange fowl may have dropped in, and are feeding and resting there. The great snowstorm which occurred at the close of 1906 and the early days of 1907, and its effect on bird life, will long remain fresh in my memory. I am amused sometimes by the prognostications of those who prophesy hard winters because of an abundance of hawthorn berries, or of gulls flying inland, and the like. It seems to me but natural that hawthorns, like apple trees, should, after a year's rest and unfruitfulness, bear well the following season, and that the birds should make short journeys for a change of food, or to avoid a breeze that might prove inconvenient to them. At the best, I can foresee but a few days' probabilities ahead. One gets to a certain extent weatherwise, like the old Braydeners, who spend much of their lives in the open, and are led by experience to prepare for eventualities. We may even suggest an intuitive instinct in some minds, which cannot be explained. By reference to my notebooks, I find that hard winters usually only come at long intervals, and I have many times observed that, unless we get heavy snows before the second or third week in December, we do not often get much after Christmas to worry over, and wildfowlers may expect a poor shooting season here for the remainder of the time. I made a few observations during the stress of the severe weather, and will give them as I have dated them. December the 31st, 1906. After a long spell of open winters, something akin to the old-fashioned uns obtained during the last week of the year. On the 22nd it rained heavily well into the night, and next day snow began to fall. Birds began to show signs of restlessness, and the black-headed gulls had been for 2 or 3 days feeding in the river, flying around the bridge in the heart of the town, a fairly good sign of a change of some sort coming. As an extraordinary tide will often come 6 hours ahead of a storm, it may be these birds instinctively judge by the temperature of the water or by some faculty unknown to us. The morning of the 23rd dawned with a fiery glow in the west, which flooded the room as my wife opened the blinds. "We're in for something out of the common," I remarked, and shortly the red glow cooled into grey, and from out the deepening gloom snow began to fall fast and furiously, and in right dead earnest. My first thoughts went out towards the poor birds, the birds that would die for want of food and by the hail of shot. On the 22nd and 23rd, flocks of various wildfowl were observed trooping along the foreshore southwards. One bunch, presumably of duck and mallard, numbering quite 500. And a newspaper "par," those mischievous little bulletins, from Aldeburgh, reported that huge flocks of ducks, wild geese, widgeon, and other fowl are continually passing south to seaboard, indicating a continuance of the present severe weather. Such sights and reports naturally set every owner or friend's owner of a shoulder or punt gun to work furbishing up his weapon and laying in stores of ammunition. Local ironmongers were loading cartridges by day and by night, and wild ducks began to fall to the guns of several frequenters of Brayden. Every amateur puntsman got afloat, and had I been an excise officer I could have made a name by sorting over the regiment of those who, with every kind of gun imaginable, but mostly without gun licences, skulked around Breydon walls and marshes. On the 27th I went for a stroll to Galston Pierhead, having heard a report that some wild ducks, of a sort unknown, were to be seen inside the harbour. But I saw none. A few score small gulls were to be seen floating on the ebb tide near the North Sand just off the pier, all the larger gulls having gone somewhere, and a few indeed were seen here while the severity of the weather lasted. But I noticed a few thrushes, stray redwings and their kindred, finches and a pipit or two cross over the pier, almost within arm's length, in that steady, purposeful manner peculiar to them during the normal period of immigration. On the 28th I went for a walk round, crossing the North Denes, sometimes wading through deep snowdrifts, now tumbling into them, and again progressing much after the fashion of a short-legged spaniel getting through deep grass, for the undulations and sudden breaks of the sand dunes were hardly traceable, and I finally reached the shore. Fortunately I felt in fairly good form. A few outflying turdidae and finches passed over me as I floundered through the snow, but when I reached the beach I found thrushes, fieldfares, redwings in particular, larks, linnets, pipits, twites, and, indeed, insessores of all kinds, even including goldfinches flying due south, following the coastline. Silently, like the brown ghosts of birds, they flew hour after hour, thousands upon thousands. I wondered whence they were trooping, and whether, but for stress, they would have still set at defiance the promptings that impelled many of their relations 2 months ago on their migration southwards. Surely these were they who had landed in Scotland and would have stayed there. Bunches of 5, 10, 20 and 50 straggled and struggled along, odd birds, fagged right out, alighting now and then to rest a while. They passed almost within arm's length, many of them. I could have caught them with a landing net, and their line of flight lay between the sea-licked edge of the snowy plain and low water mark, over a ribbon of clear sand some 15 yards in width. The silent hosts opened on either side of me as might a regiment of infantry as I walked north. They did the same as I came back homewards, slightly closing their formation again as they proceeded ahead of me. Unfortunately, the morning was gloomy, and my trusty Zeiss glasses a little too powerful for their nearness, so that had the smaller host contained rarities, they would have passed on unidentified. I longed to have my smaller operas, but no gun, for I abominate that spirit which leads to the slaughter of hosts of small migrants for the sake of, reputedly, adding a new species to a county's fauna. I would rather spend half my life among the mudflats and not know that some rare and new species of wader was watching me daily, than know and name it, if it meant my taking away the life it is as much entitled to as I am to mine. Here the ichthyologist, however sentimental, scores, for all rare and most common fishes are caught, more or less by accident. He may sit all day, for years, angling from a rock, seeking in vain a ballistes capriscus, and tomorrow it may be cast up on the shore by a scornful sea. Sois quic voluptas. The poor black-headed gulls fared badly enough. They left Brayden en masse and betook themselves to the lower reaches of the rivers. I surprised 30 or more of them by running unexpectedly to them up a river bank, putting them to flight for a short time from ink-black sewerage water running from a sewer outlet. These birds, too, swarmed the outlying gardens and alighted on the public roads. People fed them from the bridges. The kindly disposed spread for them table scraps on their very doorsteps in various parts of the town. But more than one brute made target practice with them. One hapless bird would, or could, not make way for a cyclist, and was accidentally killed by his machine. 2 or 3 times I visited Breydon walls during the continuance of the frost and snow, but being well aware of my need of self-restraint, I wisely, I think, kept off Brayden itself. Coots in miserable flocks slouched about on the mud flats, demoralised by incessant slaughter among their ranks. Parcels of wildfowl flew affrightedly to and fro, for every man's gun was turned against them. Strike Sharman, a veteran Braydener, remembering bygone winters, was tempted again to visit the mud flats, and came home with the foredeck of his punt covered with mallards and pochards. I visited his boat shed on the 30th, and saw a row of pochards and scalps lying on a bench. "That poor crested grebe," said he, "I picked up exhausted out of a hole in the ice. The tide had fallen, it couldn't dive away, and it couldn't get on the wing." The poor old eel pickers and other waterside "spaniels," frozen out from drains and channels, hung dejectedly around the quaysides, or crowded into their "shelter," bewailing the bad times, and indulging in reminiscences of similar days in the long ago. On the 29th I had a look round the Saturday's market. On Edmund's (late Durrant's) game stall I saw a number of mallard and pochards, the latter still in the plumpest condition. A few common snipe hung there too. They were fat enough, although not tempting eager purchasers, but scores, and hundreds of snipe later on, were turned away as thin and unsaleable. On the country folks' stalls were numerous tufted ducks, pochards and others. They had been having a fine time on some of the Broads, Hickling in particular, before the fowl were frozen out. Only one jack snipe was noticed in the whole market, but numerous bunches of fieldfares, thrushes, blackbirds, and other small birds were on sale, and these found ready customers, which wildfowl did not. "So you've been killing your friends, the slug eaters," I remarked to a couple of different stall-keepers, touching the dead blackbirds with my finger. "Yow'd think 'em friends, 'bor," said one, "if yow was just to see 'em among our fruit." "Yow'd think so, 'bor," said the other, "if yow saw 'em in summer." But neither could tell me where they got their fruit from in winter. But so vindictiveness has slain them, and petulance was exhibited even in referring to them. And as blackbirds are esteemed uncommonly good eating in Yarmouth, no mercy is ever shown them. On the 30th I called on Halls, an intelligent young engineer and a good observer of bird life, whose works overshadow Brayden, and who in summer is ever ready, in motor launch or punt, to show visitors over this magnificent estuary, and who also follows Brayden with a big gun, when there's anything about. He was just sitting down to dinner after a week's wildlife on Brayden, and sleeping at night in his snug, roomy houseboat, returning to town only at intervals with his game, for which he found, somehow, a ready sale. "I closed down the engineering shed for the Christmas week," said he, "and have had a week up Brayden, and haven't done so bad." Let me summarise his experiences. He met with the first lot of fowl on the 23rd, getting several mallard and 17 coots. On the 24th he killed 25 coots at one shot with the big gun, and obtained altogether 2 or 3 linen baskets of these birds. There must have been quite 3,000 coots on Brayden frozen out from the Broads. They kept much in line, like soldiers in a regiment, as I have seen them here before in hard winters, and fed ravenously on the sweet, fattening stems of Zostera marina. They made quite an audible scrunching noise in tearing them up. A wretched adult crested grebe sat miserably bunched up on the ice, literally starving. He knocked it over with an oar as he rowed along. About 60 swans visited Brayden. Sharman killed 3. Halls shot 1, which he believed to be a Polish swan, and gave me a fairly representative description of it. It was quickly sold for eating. The majority of the swans appeared to be hoopers. Geese had been scarce. 5 brents were seen, and a greylag goose had been killed. Hall's game list for the week was as follows: 1 swan, 34 mallards and ducks, 6 pochards, 5 widgeons, 1 teal, 1 golden plover, 1 crested grebe, 60 coots. A few golden plovers hung about during the week, but were unusually shy. Hardfowl, that is, golden eyes, tufted ducks and scalps, were seen in small bunches, but they too were shy and wary. So many pochards have not been seen or killed for many years. The few larger gulls remaining here have been seen chasing unwounded dunlins whenever they happen to fly near them, but these quick-turning little birds are too swift for them. Escaped cripples fared worse, however. The hooded crows forsook the Brayden flats and marshes, and kept to the open reaches and the seashore. I saw a dead gull clean picked by them, as much of it as was not frozen into the ice on a ditch. One hungry fellow was observed making strange efforts to get some food down his gullet, but his heart failed him. Prompted by curiosity, the rejected morsel was examined, and found to be a tablet of highly scented toilet soap, much holed by his hard bill in trying to find, if possible, a sweeter kernel. Kingfishers have been observed sitting miserably about on posts and rails, looking abject in their hunger, and even those who usually have no pity were sorry for them. One came and tapped on the window of Hall's houseboat. Whilst out shooting, on one occasion, he left the door of the houseboat open, and a wagtail that had been hanging around for scraps went in and cleared the fragments off his dinner plate. One day, when killing a wounded mallard by cutting its throat so as not to damage its neck, as ringing will sometimes do, the blood dripped and congealed on the snow on the forepeak of the punt. While he was in the houseboat, a hungry starling flew down on the boat and ravenously ate the crimson snow, and when driven away, it returned and ate more of it. Hall said the 23rd was a wildfowl day beyond all memory. Some small return bunches visited Brayden on the 28th and 29th. The ice formed so rapidly on the night of the 29th that he had to return from the drain to his houseboat, having no ice hook to cut a way through. But on the 30th he managed to hack his way out to open water. Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me on December the 26th and remarked on flocks of skylarks going seawards. He saw 20 rooks that day eating a dead sheep. They devour putrid dogs on Brayden and seem to think nothing of it. Indeed, they rather like it. The rooks around Yarmouth kept much to the various outlying gardens, and when not progging for a morsel, sat disconsolately on the topmost twigs of small trees, surveying the miserable outlook and thinking of happier days. They hunted singly, every bird for himself. Chaffinches fared badly and looked the most abject of all the finches. On the 27th, as I stood near a rail on Breydon walls, one came to within 10 inches of my foot to search a tiny patch of bare soil. The meadow pipits seemed fairly happy, and hunted most of the time on the weedy edges of Brayden and along by the river margins. Scamps of boys were to be seen catching here and there a miserable bird with a piece of herring lint worked by a string and 2 sticks. Many wildfowl were observed on the rivers where open, and at St. Olave's some big bags were made. One gunner shot a female goosander, and 3 equally harmless dabchicks were killed for no useful purpose. In the neighbouring villages, all the berries had been stripped from the hedgerows. 2 snipe wandered into a cattle shed on the Marshes, where they probed and prodded among the stable refuse in the hope of finding some stray grub or worm. Their footprints in the snow led to their discovery, but on a person carelessly slipping in, they promptly and safely dashed out. Wild ducks were plentiful enough on Fritton Lake, and big bags were made at the decoys. As many as 700 birds, I am given to understand, were netted there in one day. Truly a neck and arm aching record. To certain brackish ditches round the west end of Caister on the edge of the marshlands, ducks persistently resorted, and afforded one individual who has, since the conclusion of the herring voyage just before Christmas, done nothing but shoot in that particular neighbourhood, unusually good sport. On one occasion he secured a mallard in a most unexpected manner. Hearing an unusual clamour among some tame ducks kept hard by, he went out to see the reason of it. To his astonishment, he at length discovered a mallard sitting on the ridge tiles of an adjoining house. It was but the matter of a few moments to slip back for his gun, and on his prompt return he shot at and killed that venturesome fowl. When skinning a couple of coots, after they had been feeding for about a fortnight on the zostera, I found them exceedingly plump and fat. Their stomachs and intestines were packed with grass blades in various stages of digestion. The fresher grass still depended from their mandibles. I found a couple of small periwinkles in one of them. January the 5th, 1907. Yesterday a fine female goosander was brought me for identification. It was shot at Buckenham, up the Norwich River, where during the past 2 or 3 days fowl had been abundant. The few goosanders and smews, or sawbills, that visit us in any numbers only in severe weather, appear to have kept off Brayden, although some smews visited the upper parts of it and frequented the rivers. As usual, most, if not all, of these sawbills were female birds. I went this afternoon to Belton and St Olave's and had a chat with 1 or 2 of my friends who like to watch birds, preferably down a gun barrel. In the wash house of one hung some coots and ducks and a bunch of snipe, 4 common and 2 jacks. His lad, a young urchin who had just left school to work in a cowshed, passed his noon hours, during the bad weather, near a ditch frequented by snipe. He obtained 3 or 4 small spring traps and placed them in the water where he saw footprints. These snipe were the proceeds of a few hours' work. The boy's father, a Mr. Brooks, assured me that thousands of snipe came to the marshes just before the snowstorm, and they had also haunted the rons and saltings. They were so put out by its continuance that 7 were seen with dunlins on the mud flats. Brooks assured me he might have shot a pair of smews on the river at Borough, but being eager to secure a mallard swimming close by, in the end he missed them all. Several dabchicks frequented the river there. Geese in flocks of 17, 12, 13 and 10 respectively, mostly a darkish grey sort, probably bean geese, the most common species here this winter, passed over, and a large hawk, which I have reason to believe was a buzzard, flew out of a stackyard with straws depending from its feet, and I have no doubt a rat was mixed in amongst them. A large cloud of wood pigeons, containing some hundreds, passed over from the direction of Yarmouth, where another acquaintance of mine saw them a little earlier on the same date, in all probability the same flock. To-day I saw 3 birds feeding near Brayden, which I at first believed to be meadow pipits. On putting them to flight, which they appeared reluctant to take, I noticed an uncommon amount of white on the 2 outside feathers on either side of the tail. It struck me at the time as being rather unusual, but not being prepared to suspect anything rarer, I paid no more heed to them, and let them alone. On taking up the current number of the Zoologist, I happened to read an article on the water pipit, and on further reference to Howard Saunders' Manual, I was astonished to find how curiously my birds corresponded with the description there given of the species. I went back to the spot, but, as I was prepared to be, was disappointed at not again meeting with these birds. On cautiously introducing the matter and my suspicions to an old and observant gunner, he, strangely enough, spoke of seeing 3 birds a few hours previously at the harbour mouth near the piles of the breakwater, which he noticed carried more than usual white on their tails. There the matter for the present must rest, for were I to describe the species to any of those who prowl around with guns, searching for specimens, not a meadow pipit would escape the general massacre rarities provoke. A new species had better remain unidentified. PWDI, writing to the Daily Express of January 5th, 1907, and commenting on the appearance of the wild swans at Yarmouth, remarked, "I am informed that there were 50 of the birds, but whether they were hoopers or the smaller Buicks, word has not reached me. Both species have been seen in the neighbourhood in fairly large flocks during hard winters, when they have been driven south by severe weather in their far northern haunts. Doubtless Mr. Patterson knows all about these latest visitors. As a matter of fact, I was extremely unfortunate in not seeing any of these swans, dead or alive, and felt called upon to reply to the article in question. As my letter was given almost in its entirety, I have taken the liberty of reprinting it as given by the editor. Mr. Arthur Patterson sends to the Express an interesting account of an attempt to identify a Polish swan after the bird had been placed in the boiling pot. Mr. Patterson, first of all, refers to the flock of wild swans which were mentioned in the Express as having visited Breydon Water near Yarmouth. On very reliable authority, Mr. Patterson says, I understand that about 60 swans were seen on that delightful old backwater. Unfortunately, I just missed seeing them, and I was equally unfortunate in not seeing the 4 that were shot, 3 by one of my acquaintances and 1 by another punt gunner. I have seen as many as 50 at one time, and can assure you they were a sight worth seeing. The odd bird shot, from a description given me, I took to be a Polish swan, and it was sold to a carnivorous publican for 42d. I saw him just too late, for on visiting his bar he assured me that the missus had plucked it. Let me see but a foot, I begged, on which he called the missus, who presently came forward. Let Mr. Patterson see the head and the feet of that swan, he said. She apologised and said that both were in the saucepan, which she ran indoors and fetched, hauling out a foot on a huge fork. But I found boiled swan's foot was an awkward thing to swear the bird's identity by, and would have defied Professor Owen himself. January 12th, 1907. The weather and bird life generally have returned to the normal. Today's market was comparatively birdless. On only one stall was there evidence of anything unusual having occurred for a day or two. A haberdasher named Young, the hero of the Whistling Ducks, had suspended, amid stockings and underclothing, a large display of coots tied in couples, which he was selling, and freely too, at 6d. a brace. I found them exceedingly plump and in good condition. These birds appear loth to leave the Zostera and to go back to the Broads. This is the way with them when they have once tasted this succulent vegetable. The day before, Young had shot a shag, a most unexpected visitor to Brayden at any time. The gulls have now betaken themselves to their usual haunts, although odd birds seem unduly familiar and still persist in visiting parts of the town where under ordinary circumstances they would not think of going. As usual, the greatest sufferers during this heavy snow were the redwings, a fact remarked on by observers who, like myself, came to the conclusion that extreme cold, as much as shortness of food, seriously affects this species. And it was noticeable too, how in a remarkably short time they drooped and died, while in more protracted frosts, without so much snow in other years, they did not so soon succumb. Numbers were found dead in the surrounding villages, as were some chaffinches, but larks, as they usually do, took to the cottage gardens and fed freely on the cabbages, to the great undoing of the gardens, and in many instances to their own. February 7th, 1907. Owing to the Broads being still frozen, and the great liking the coots have acquired for these Ostera, a crowd of them still remain on Brayden, and are shot at when breaks in the ice or other favourable circumstances admit of approaching them. Poor things! There are a number of them trailing one broken leg and hopping on the other, as the result of being wounded by stray pellets. End of section 4. Section 5 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Men and Manners, Part 1. Early in the 90s, a large and elaborate volume was written by a naturalist, purporting to give a faithful delineation of men and nature on Breydon waters. But although vigorously written, in parts it gave us some grossly exaggerated pictures of the hardy men who wrest a precarious living from its depths and its mudflats. To represent these men as drunken and vicious was a distinct calumny. That some of them do frequent taverns in idle moments goes without saying, for they, like others who follow hazardous pursuits much dependent on the moods of the elements, are perforce often idle, and having no fitness for intellectual pursuits and hobbies, they naturally drift to those resorts where warmth, kindred spirits, and congenial converse are assured. One who reads the book I refer to might be forgiven if he imagined the author had gathered much of his information in low bar parlours, or persuaded men to drink until they were merrily and extravagantly reminiscent. I make this apology for a class of hardy and honest toilers, who are no worse than other unskilled labourers, who are often intelligent and observant, and, to their credit, are as a rule sturdily independent and self-reliant. The majority of the old Braydeners, aged men as I knew them when a lad, were wholly illiterate and uneducated. They had never been to school. Like generations of their forebears, they had tumbled into their fathers' boats and been made to supplement the family's scanty earnings ere they had picked up sufficient education to fit them for the present-day infant school. Their fingers clasped the boat saw before some lads of to-day have yet mastered the proper handling of a pen. Their early toddles were to take something to father's boat, his dinner or a bag of shot, or to carry home some of the fowl that Dad had killed. They knew the ebbing and flowing of the tides, as boys today know the north and south on the map. Sometimes they would go to sea with the shrimpers and help them sort the catches, or hold the tiller while the shrimper manipulated his nets. There was quite a number of mussel boats, even within recent years, that were worked by a sort of horizontal hand capstan placed in the bow, which wound the boat up close to some post in Brayden, or to a vessel in the harbour, a dredge scooping in mollusk and rubbish, mud and stones as it dragged along the bottom. These boats were cut down luggers' boats, of which the small boy acted as a sort of mate or second hand. Of late years, thanks to the sewage abomination, a medical veto has condemned the mussel, of which myriads people the river and channel bottoms. Then the boys would borrow an old boat and go up Brayden, with naked legs and dilapidated pails and cans, to gather the winkles that swarm, even to this day, in the zostera on the mudflats. Small fishmongers were ever ready to take all they could gather, and as this was a remunerative pursuit to themselves as well as their elders, they worked industriously at it, getting themselves into a sorry plight with mud and moisture. They would vary the fun by stripping and wading about in the drains in pursuit of flounders, which, 30 or 40 years ago, were far more abundant than now. They could feel these flatfish gliding about between and around their legs, and would promptly plant a foot upon them, stooping down, often at arm's length, to seize a prisoner with both hands, and adroitly throwing it onto the flat, to be bucketed by those remaining upon it. Their pursuit of wounded fowl after the night's shoots I have already described in my book Nature in Eastern Norfolk, and as soon as they had strength enough to handle a spare oar, into father's boat they went as a supernumerary hand, to help pull against the tide, or tow the net that encircled the cunning grey mullet or the scented smelt. Soon they helped to mend the old nets, and in time to braid new ones. There were a dozen other incidental pursuits that brought a little grist to the mill, or helped to fill the pot. Lines were laid for eels, mushrooms were found on the marshes just beyond the walls, driftwood was gathered for the fires and to supply the neighbours, for ere iron supplanted timber, much wood from the shipyards went upstream. There was butt darting, too, in winter, and many a little job to be obtained in helping to overhaul yachts, for Brayden was, until recent years, a favourite sailing place for quite a fleet of them. Charlie Thacker, or Youngstalk, as he was nicknamed to distinguish him from Breydenstalk his father, and Bakerstalk his brother, who divided his time between his oven at home and his punt at Brayden, told me, when chatting recently beside a comfortable fire, that when he was only 14 years of age, he shot alone with a big gun carrying 3/4 pound of shot, and "that went with a plug breech and a cap," to distinguish it, in his description, from the flint guns that were still in use. Let me introduce Thacker, who is a very fair representative of his class. A little, tough-built, wiry fellow, turning grey at 64, quiet and law-abiding, smelling strongly of tobacco, but of drink knows when he has had sufficient, and has followed Brayden since he was a child. He had passed through all the stages I have just described, and until recently used a punt gun, but as it was "star washin' business," taking out a licence, he sold it not so long ago. To-day he is factotum for a gentleman gunner, and during the warmer months devotes his time to eel babbing and his leisure in winter to picking. He ran over the gamut of the old Breydon gunners, as he well knew them, and some of whom I have recollections of. There was Poker Lamb, who gained his nickname undoubtedly by some fluke or great success at pochard killing, for a name is soon obtained, even on some trivial pretext, and it sticks to a Norfolk man the rest of his life. There were Breton Lamb and Saltfish Jacks, Silky Watson, who had a wealth of silken curls, Pero Pestle, still alive, China Crickmer, of pugnacious memory, Jimmy Butterfant, Old Jack Bessie, Pintail Thomas, his brother Gaby, Fiddler Goodens, still living, and many another who had preceded them. One of the most notorious, and whom I knew well, was Cadger Brown, to speak of whom to this day will draw a smile from any Braydoner, for many of his tricks were at their expense. Of him anon. Thacker's gossip was a lively description of Breydon men and things. Silky Watson he knew from the time he left the fleet. He had been through the Russian War. He was a decent fellow until his mind went wrong, and they had to take his guns from him and put him away. He was the neatest man at laying a fowl you ever saw. He would lay so close you could not discern anything of him above the gunwale as he sculled on to fowl. He once shot a shelled duck and left it in his (Thacker's) houseboat just while he did a bit of eel picking on the flat. When he went to the boat to fetch the duck, out it flew. It had recovered from the shot, which had only stunned it. In my book Nature in Eastern Norfolk, a similar incident is narrated of a hobby. Brayden isn't what it was 40 years ago. There was plenty of water then. Why, a wherry could make a board from where the railway bridge now is to Rotteneye, another higher up at Lamb's Rond, and two more higher up, and find itself at Borough. There had not been a wherry across Brayden, except up Duffels Drain, this 20 years. At Rotteneye, now dry a long time before low water, there were 4½ feet of water at dead low water 35 years ago, and when the wind blew hard from the south-east, straight from Holland, we got plenty of brents, hard fowl such as scalps, golden eyes, tufted duck, etc., and Dutch fowl, a smaller and darker mallard than our own. There was a big reed bed all along from Lamb's Rond to Rotteneye, for the water was more constantly fresh, before the present salt rushes were let in by a deepened harbour, and the punt gunners used to draw into the reeds and quite hide themselves. There were from 20 to 25 big guns, and each man took his station and kept to it. There was no rushing out to get the best of another boat. If the fowl left one man's bit, then, of course, there was nothing to say against it, but woe betide anyone who left his place to best another. He was likely enough to get a shot at his boat. Thacker had seen 25 boats after eels, picking in rotten eye at one time. I asked him about pokers, or pochards, and this strange weed they love so. Thacker called it poker grass, tangle, that had a small pea grow on it near the roots. Rotten eye was full of it. These peas the pochards fed on after pulling up the weed by the roots to get at them. He had shot plenty of pokers in his time. Only 4 years ago, the largest flock of pochards he had ever seen dropped into Brayden, some hundreds of them. He was in B's gun punt, and pulled at them with the great breech-loading punt gun. The cap was bad and misfired. He rowed up after them again. They merely paddled away, and 3 cartridges did he try, each with a like result. They had bad caps. He had killed 48 widgeon in the early spring at one big gun shot, and lost several cripples. This was his biggest shot. He had killed 5 swans one day at one shot, and secured 4 swans next morning. 9 bean geese he obtained on one excursion, and 16 brents on another, also 4 white fronts. Once, when laying at 30 swans, his gun misfired, and 5 spoonbills, very immature ones, he slew at one discharge of his gun. They were so very immature he could scarcely dispose of them. The last couple he sold for a shilling. Old Poker Lamb's wife was a veritable Braydener. She used to dress in an oily jumper, clap on her head a sou'wester, and go smelting with her husband. She would take one oar, he the other, and between them they managed to get the net round and ashore. He would get out onto the mud and hold the line, while she rowed out and semicircled the net. Then she would throw him her end rope, and alternately the old fellow would pull the 2 ends of it in, his faithful wife splouncing the water behind the bight of the net to keep the fish from bolting out. Thacker called a ripple of water a brevel, and rough water was a swell. "Get a wounded poker in a brevel," said he, "and you may lay your life you'll never get it out, for it'll lay itself flat just under the water, with only the bill out that much," measuring the tip of his finger. Among the strange captures he had made on Brayden was 150 of full-grown herrings during the midsummer fishing season. Turbots and brills up to a foot long he had also taken, and small plaice. One sharp winter the "stock ice" came up from below in big lumps, and crabs, Carcinus meanus, came up in thousands, frozen in and to it. "We wasn't much troubled with crabs the next eel babbin' season. Nowadays you can't drop your line in afore you're fast to a crab, confound 'em," said Thacker. Fair play, in the old days of many birds and many guns, was an understood thing. When laying for fowl, no man was supposed to cross another's bows, and the first man to arrive on the scene had first choice of place. Although lapses from grace were not unknown, such an incident was remembered for long after, especially if by sharp practice some unusual advantage had been gained. On one occasion Gibbs, when lying in his punt in the middle of Brayden, shot an osprey. The bird, mortally wounded, gradually came down, still pursuing its direction of flight, and landed in a marsh over the south wall. Silky Watson, who had been watching from a point near the walls, rowed might and main to get to the bird first, and, gun in hand, ran up the bank, detected the bird in the grass, and hurried towards it. It was already dead, but he fired a shot at it as if it were only wounded and making an effort to escape. Gibbs topped the wall in time to see this trick of Silky's, and a wordy encounter followed. By rights the bird belonged to Gibbs, but, being the weaker man, might defied right successfully. A compromise being arrived at, and a division of the profit being promised. Otherwise Gibbs would have got nothing at all. To this day, reference to the subject ruffles the temper of poor old Gibbs. I suppose it is but ordinary human nature that prompts a man to get the better of his fellows. In some professions it would be termed competition. In other walks of life, various other terms would signify the same thing. Pintail Thomas once told my friend Di, who was out in his punt seeking victims, that if he went round the corner of the next rond he might get a chance at a fowl. Di went, but no fowl rewarded his outlook. But meantime Thomas, who had seen fowl in an opposite direction and had thrown his rival off the scent, went and made a successful shot. In May 1887, before a watcher had been duly appointed on Brayden, and ere I had given up shooting on principle, I fear I was as sad a poacher as my opportunities allowed me to be. Ben Dye and myself, on a bright early morning, sallied forth on slaughter bent, should any spring waders be luckless enough to allow a near approach, and we had agreed to divide the spoil, going halves. We had barely fastened our punt to the timbers of the old ship Agnes in the ship drain, ere a big gun boomed half a mile away in the 5-stake drain, and looking round I espied 4 avocets making straight for us. Telling Ben to "look out," I fired at the hindermost bird as they swerved to the left, and brought it down. We rowed excitedly after it, and while gloating over the beautiful thing, tossed up which of us was to have 15 shillings or the bird. The bird fell to Ben, who has it still. But while in the midst of our exultation, a punt we had not noticed coming bumped against ours, and a demand for our bird was peremptorily made. "Your bud?" said Ben, who had slipped it under the box seat out of reach. "How'd you make that out?" "We shot it," said Her and Pintail. We proceeded to argue the point, but the 2 Braydeners persisted, and began to use language that was more in keeping with the mudflats than with parliamentary ideals. And in their chagrin they threatened summary vengeance. But seeing the threatening attitude of Ben's oar, they thought wiser of it, and suggested we should settle the dispute ashore. To make matters less complicated, I asked what size shot they had used. "Number 2s," said Her and Thomas in one breath. "Very well," said I used only number 5s, and when the bird is skinned, if any 2s are found in it, we'll come to terms." To this they reluctantly assented, suggesting anyway that we had done them out of a good day's work. When the bird was skinned, only number 5s were found, and we have since found out that the two gunners, finding they could not get near enough for a shot, fired a forlorn shot, rather than not fire at all. Cadger Brown was a rough fellow, passing harmless, but a waterside Ishmaelite, inasmuch as his hand was against every man. No eel trunk floating in the stream was ever robbed of its contents, but Brown obtained the credit for the exploit. When tame ducks or geese vanished mysteriously from the marshes, it usually happened that he had been seen loitering in the neighbourhood, either before or after the event. Did any marsh farmer hope to gather a profitable crop of mushrooms in the morning, Cadger was almost certain to be there before him. His punt, as I knew it, was a shapeless bundle of firewood, on whose decks and sides were nailed much tarred canvas that kept the timbers together, but did not keep out all the water. No one knew when or by whom it was built. He used to "bab" and shoot on Brayden, and spent many of his nights on adjoining marshes and rivers. One night in the 70s, when hares were yet game and abounded on the marshes, he ventured up the Bure with another kindred spirit, a man who had left Norwich because his poachings were too well known. They shot 3 hares that night, after the moon got out, and came home. A policeman, suspicious of their movements, came to overhaul the boat, but Brown had just time enough to slip the hares into an eel trunk and drop it overboard, where it floated innocently enough. This happened to be the only part of the fixtures PC Searchlight failed to examine. On another occasion, Cadger had shot a hare on the marshes, and found the keeper in pursuit of him. He came away in a great hurry on the ebb tide, and as soon as he landed hastily secured a pot of red lead, and painted the boat all over. When the keeper arrived in town next morning and came to look for a certain dark-coloured boat, he could not swear that Brown's, which answered in every particular but the colour of it, was the boat he had seen on the previous evening. Such are examples of the many strange doings that were related of him in his day. But Brown's poachings and pilferings have long since ended, and he has joined the great majority of Braydeners. The last of the punt gunners proper was Johnny, alias Pintail Thomas, who died in the Fishermen's Hospital in 1901. Thomas, like most of his congeners, was born of a Brayden sire, his father and grandfather having lived, and one of them died, on Brayden. His earliest associations centred in and around his father's old flintlock punt gun, the mullet and smelt nets, and other paraphernalia of their calling, and he was rocked as much in the punt as in the cradle. When old enough, like most of his class, he went to sea in fishing boat and smack, and when tired of that rough, wild life, took to pursuits and lived amid scenes hardly less rough and wild. He followed Brayden assiduously for nearly all the 30-odd years I knew him. As a boy, his shop window was a kind of wonderland to me. Meat was sold on one side and vegetables on the other, fronting them being huge dishes, sometimes empty, but often full and piled with knots, turnstones, dunlins and ring plovers that had been slain by Johnny. Rows of gulls, ducks and curlews adorned the hooks outside. The rarer birds that fell to his gun were always in demand by certain collectors and dealers, and a brisk trade was occasionally done in the commoner fowl for the table. The gulls, when there was no demand for their wings and plumage by millinery firms, were stripped of their feathers for the making of pillows, etc., and the smaller ones went into John's saucepan. Before the close season was instituted, Thomas shot all the year round, except on Sundays. But the sight of an avocet or spoonbill was too much even for his scruples, and he fell from grace and sneaked out after them. Long after close times had been ordained, he would take sly shots, and by some means smuggle home rare birds, and birds in their nuptial attire, well knowing there were methods of disposal and buyers all ready to take them. But close time was a death blow to the professional gunner. Although the altered conditions of Brayden, the drainage of the surrounding lowlands, added to the constant noise and turmoil of traffic all round the estuary by rail and steamboat, have all militated against that quietude so beloved by birds and, what is quite essential, abundance of food. Birds in winter or in immature plumage are comparatively worthless to the collector, from whom the latter-day puntsmen derive their greatest profit. And in winter they are so uncertain in their visits that they could not depend on shooting as a means of livelihood. Then, too, latterly there has been a falling off in gentlemen gunners, who prefer to go to more bird-frequented haunts, and the puntsman's office as pilot and factotum became lost. In Thomas's time, almost all the old gunners had cleared out guns and appurtenances, and the men, compelled still to follow Brayden, being useless for work ashore, turned their attention to eel-babbing, eel-picking and smelting. Several whom I knew ended their days in the Union. Yet so strong is the fascination of this rough outdoor life that there are still a number of men pursuing it, and there are lads following in their footsteps, for there is often profit enough to weigh against the uncertainties and disappointments attendant on the nets. Pintail Thomas's old punt gun was fairly typical of some used on Brayden. It had once been a flintlock, and on the coming in of the percussion cap had been altered at the breech, as some others had been. But for some years the lock had become so weak that the trigger would refuse to crack the patch unless persuaded 2 or 3 times, while at times it refused to explode at all. Thomas was prepared against this, and always carried a piece of bent iron, part of an old swivel's knee. This was used as a hammer, and the cap cracked by means of it. Needless to say, birds sometimes benefited by this cumbersome and unsportsmanlike method of procedure. Thomas was fortunate in his last years, when racked by gout and the legacies of his old hard life, in going into dry dock in the old fishermen's almshouses, where, until his death, a roof and a weekly allowance sufficient for his needs were assured him. Most of his old chums had preceded him to the workhouse, and some of them have gone there since. Poor old fellows! They seem quite resigned to this ignominious finale. I have found them cheery and reminiscent when I have visited them, and sat by them loading their pipes and talking of Brayden's departed glories. It is the old man's delight to live in the past and to grumble. To-day only one man may be termed a semi-professional punt gunner, one Fred Clark, a sturdy, brown-visaged Braydener, whose face is wrinkled and scored by hard knocks and exposure. But he has to supplement the few short months of wildfowling by various jobs ashore: millwrighting, gate building, and rough marsh farm carpentry. A veritable recluse, he lives summer and winter in his snug little houseboat on Banham's Rond, within hail of my own, and seldom goes up to town save to dispose of his game or to lay in fresh stores for himself and gun. He is brimming over with bird lore, and, but for his inaccessibility, would be a perfect boon to the amateur naturalist and penny a liner who might be fortunate enough to interview him. There are some half-dozen amateur punt gunners to be found, at intervals, gliding along the runs and drains of Brayden, ready to "lay" at any small bunch of knots or curlews, or even a single fowl, although occasionally they fall in with unexpected numbers, and surprise themselves and others by their skill and strange good luck. Also, there are always punts containing amateur shoulder gunners, who are popping incessantly on every hand directly a few flocks of small waders have been seen on the flats, and these would be more numerous had not the addition of March and August to the close season months made sport scantier than ever for them. End of section 5. Section 6 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Men and Manners, Part 2. Before closing this chapter, it may be interesting to mention the fact that, notwithstanding that every old Braydener was called by some pet nickname, and in many instances known by no other, they were always extremely sensitive to anything they considered approaching to ridicule. An amusing instance occurred some years since, when my friend, Mr. G. F. D. Preston, who was then interested in local sport, came off Brayden and landed on the bowling green overlooking the estuary. He had observed a stork on the mud flats, and, turning to one of the Thackers, known as the Brayden stork, remarked, "There's a stork on Brayden." Thacker made no remark, but stared at Mr. Preston, who, thinking he did not quite understand him, repeated the information. Thacker coloured up and, turning on his heel, walked away, to my friend's amazement, who shortly after, to his great amusement, remembered the coincidence of names. "Had it been any one but a gentleman gunner," said Thacker to a chum, "well," by which remark it was to be inferred the Braydener would have found his tongue with a vengeance, for he had a rich and varied vocabulary at hand, and could on occasion surprise even those who knew him best. A gossip with one other ancient Braydener still living, but who is feeble and exceedingly deaf, may be mentioned. Jack Gibbs recently sat by my fireside and made himself very much at home. 60 year ago," said he, "small parcels of roughs with frills on used to frequent that little hilly bit of ground near the old ashen tree. It was very amusing to see 'em fight, very funny to see 'em dancing round each other like so many bantam cocks. But they didn't hurt one another. It was all show. They didn't even make the feathers fly, and I never knowed 'em to ever draw blood. Brayden altered? I should think so. You know the North Wall drain? Well, I often had nets set in it. The water used to be quite fresh, and there was plenty on it, and I caught roach and perch and bream by the mournful, with the butts, or flounders. I was babbing one night near the London boat, and caught an eel about 3/4 of a pound in weight, and noticed a lump in it. On skinning it, I turned out a clay pipe with a bit of shank attached. No doubt someone had dropped it, and the eel seized on it, as fish sometimes will seize strange things moving in the water. I caught a 1/4 pound eel once on a hook, and outside that eel I found a larger one, nearly 2 pounds weight, that had been hooked through the first one and couldn't clear itself. There were queer accidents sometimes on Brayden. Old Chivers Parmenter, who shot there long afore my time, once, when rowing along, spotted a parcel of mallard coming towards him. He up with his grit old handgun and pulled at 'em, but the patch only cracked, and when the ducks doubled back in their flight, one of 'em, striking its wing on the back of another, dislocated it and fell into the water, whereupon Parmenter promptly retrieved it. I was originally an oily clothing maker, but took to Brayden when make and sell westers didn't pay so well. I'd always been used to a gun. Many facts related by Pestall, and one or two other punt gunners already mentioned, were corroborated by Gibbs, as he talked of tides and mudflats and pochard grass, and many other things. The life of vigilance led by these men has conduced to habits of keen and trustworthy observation. 64 years ago, when he was 16, Fiddler Goodens took to Brayden, where he has shot and fished until the last year or two. I looked in on the old gentleman, who still keeps his 2 ancient converted rifles hung up in his room, to remind him of bygone days. The kindly help of friends and the parish allowance are all that stand between him and that goal which all independent old men abominate. He was very chatty over the guns he had known. One particular weapon had belonged to Squire Burney. It was an old plug breech. It came to him, Goodens, and was sold to Mr. Bellin, from whom it went to Reed, a gunner, who put a patent breech in it. It was then sold to Bligh, who now has it. It would kill ducks at 100 yards, as was proven by staking down or anchoring some tame ones at a shooting contest, Goodens killing 2 in 2 shots at the measured distance. 15 godwits at 1 shot was Goodens' favourite kill. He had seen many thousands in one day, years ago, on Brayden. Fowl were then so plentiful that 1s and 2s were passed unheeded. They wanted bunches, and cripples, especially among hard fowl, were seldom troubled about, although it was a constant practice with men to scour the walls and gather the wounded by aid of dogs, which scented them among the flint stones. Phalaropes astonished him by their chicken-like tameness, and he it was who shot the grey seal near Rotten Eye. He shot it in the head. The blood flew yards. He finally dispatched it with an oar and sold it for 30 shillings. Both woodcocks and French partridges he had seen drop into Brayden in foggy weather, and 2 or 3 times he had retrieved hares that had attempted crossing the ice and fallen into the wakes between. The author provides the following footnote. In December 1906, a hare was observed in great straits in the soft ooze of Brayden. It had evidently been pursued, and mistaking the mud for solid ground, had attempted crossing. It was shot while vainly struggling to extricate itself, its long legs having become fast in the ooze. End of footnote. The hardest old man of Brayden he ever knew was Saltfish or Miser Jacks. In the coldest weather, when the boat gathered hundredweights of ice, and the punt gun was encased in a mass of ice from the spray and moisture, his great hairy chest would be all exposed. He would always remark that "the weather never hurt anyone." His face was the most wrinkled of any man I ever knew. During a continuity of severe frosts, the Broads became thickly frozen over, and the many coots which people these lagoons are sadly put to for a means of livelihood. At such times they will take to estuaries and feed on what marine or semi-marine plant life comes in their way. A large flock will come to Brayden to feed on these Ostera, and offer to local sportsmen an irresistible temptation to harass them. The old gunners eagerly pursued them during the earlier period of their visit, ere they had become rank, for coots were their own favourite game. More than one have told me of the "fun" they have had in pursuing these birds, and the pleasures of the table afterwards. Shorten Page and Gaby Thomas were out one day among the ice, and saw a large bunch of coots in a "wake." They could not get sufficiently near to them, so, being unprepared in the matter of stockings to put over their boots, they took off their woollen gloves and stuck their boots into them. They got the boat on the ice, little Shorten getting into it to manipulate the gun, while Thomas pushed the boat, sledge-like, within range. They secured 25 coots, which they killed, another gunner soon after retrieving 8 of the wounded. The average Braydener was certainly resourceful. Rime frosts and fogs may be somewhat interesting to those who ramble along the Breydon walls, but neither of these conditions of weather is welcomed by those who would punt thither, for it is by no means easy for even an old Braydener to find his way about. A moment of inattention, a turn of the tide, and his bearings may be lost entirely. I was rowing up one night to my houseboat, which just then was moored to the old ship Agnes in the ship drain, and I had come to within 2 stakes of the entrance to the drain, navigating the place easily enough by the town lights, when all on a sudden one of the densest fogs I can remember came down, obliterating everything, even the bow of my boat, and it was only by a series of random strokes that I found one of the channel stakes, whose number I could not see. Over and over again I tried to find the entrance to the drain, but was continually foiled by fouling the mud flats. So I gave it up for a bad job, and fastened the punt to the next stake I touched, and lay to for the tide to ease and the ebb to come down. I snugged myself down as comfortably as possible on the floor of the punt, and amused myself by thinking of other strange adventures that had befallen me on Brayden. I do not remember to have slept, but towards the small hours of the morning I noticed the tide had changed, and a long ripple of phosphorescent water marked the edge of the stream pouring out of the drain into the main channel, almost within an oar's length of my punt. I knew at once that I had been moored at the entrance of the channel all the time. It was now but the matter of a few minutes' rowing upstream to the moorhen, into which I tumbled, heartily glad to light a rousing fire and make a comforting supper. Old Pestle once started to go up Brayden in a thick fog in the depth of winter, and had only just reached the end of the knoll when his boat touched against that of the late Fielding Harmer. "Hello, Pestle," said Harmer. "Hello, master," returned Pestle. "Where are you bound for?" "I'm trying to find Duffle's drain, about a mile away," replied Harmer. "How far am I off it?" "You're within a stone's throw of home," said Pestle. Wildfowling under such circumstances as these is extremely dangerous. I know of an instance where a punt gunner was levelling his gun at an object which he thought was a swan, when a ringing sneeze from the said object stayed his trigger finger, but only in the nick of time. This white target turned out to be no other than the late Punt Palmer, who, to make himself inconspicuous against the white snow on the flats, had gone out shooting with a white jumper on. Crowther once shot at a bunch of fowl, on the other side of which, at an equal distance, Saltfish Jex was lying. The fowl were badly damaged, and so was Jex, who presently rode up with shots in his scalp that had penetrated a thick fur cap. A certain parson, at one time resident at Borough Castle, had a flock of geese of an extremely roving disposition. They roved about the marshes and flew about Brayden with the greatest of assurance, becoming well known to all who frequented the place, and provoking many an envious thought. One foggy evening, Perro Pestle cajoled Sam Gibbs, another kindred spirit, into an attempt on this adventurous flock, and together they started out in quest of them. They pulled round the north wall as far as the Dickey Works without meeting with them, but they meant to have a shot if possible. Coming back the same way, Pestle had his suspicions aroused, and, laying at his sights, struck 2 or 3 fuses on the stock of the gun, and presently located the cacklers on the stone bank against Lamb's Rond. They hastily fluttered into the water and began swimming towards the flat. Again Pestle lay to his gun, pulling off the oakum which kept the nipple dry, but unfortunately bringing away the cap with it. The geese bunched up and lifted themselves on the wing, but Perro was too quick for them, for he had at once put on another cap and fired into the bunch of them, killing 7. They were gathered up and brought home. Early next morning Pestle went up Brayden again in quest of some teal that were reported there, which he found and fired into, afterwards rowing over to the South Rond to retrieve 1 or 2 of the wounded. On the walls he saw James Herr and Jimmy Rees, who had found 2 of the wounded geese with broken wings. "That made 9," said Pestle, narrating the adventure to me. Higher up the walls Pestle met a manservant from the parsonage, who inquired if he had seen the parson's geese, telling him there was a rare row up at Borough about the job, for only a few had come home, and they were bleeding and woefully ruffled in plumage. Perro was by no means unalarmed at this, but said nothing incriminating about himself or Gibbs. On arriving home, he went to the late lawyer W., who was well disposed toward him, and told his story. "Look here," said lawyer W., pointing to a bill stating that £5 reward for information respecting some gunner or gunners maliciously, etc., etc. Pestle begged the bill to show to his chums, and was advised to get Gibbs to go and claim the reward, and he, the lawyer, would do his best for them and would share the reward equally among them. But the pair of sportsmen thought it best to hold their peace, and as they shared the geese among those Braydeners who were in the secret, no one gave the game away, and there the matter ended. "I kept one for myself," said Pestle, "but good night, I couldn't get my teeth into it." In a Brayden punt shed. At the entrance of Brayden, on the south side, stands a range of boat and yacht sheds, the latter now frequently in disuse, owing to the falling off of Brayden in late years as a favourite yachting resort. The great swing bridge thrown across that narrowest part of Brayden, which, even at its best, was always a ticklish part to negotiate on certain winds, has damped altogether the yachtsman's ardour, which had for years been on the wane. Yachting folk to-day prefer the Waveney and the Bure with the adjacent Broads, but several of these sheds are now used by punt gunners, who find them exceedingly convenient. They usually boast a little cabin which opens into the punt shed, fronting which is a slide furnished with rollers for easy exit and hauling. Some of the cabins are characteristically fitted up, and within them, on idle days, when Brayden does not invite them, these hardy, honest fellows draw together and discuss things avine, piscine and maritime. One who is interested in the wild life of our local waters, and who has gained their confidence, may find in their society much entertainment, and listen to many an interesting yarn. I found the boathouse door of No. 4 unfastened, and thin blue smoke curling out of a tall tin chimney. It was a bitter cold January Sunday afternoon in 1907. The tide was running out, and Strike Sharman, with his son William, had been out among the ice in the grey morning, and done execution among the wildfowl. They and one or two others were recounting their doings of the morning, and comparing present days with the past. Considerably more than 50 years had Strike known Brayden. He had been all his life a ship caulker, and lamented that, since the days of iron ships, things had got slow enough in the caulking line. "Yes," said I can remember as a youngster the clink-clink of the caulking tools in the early morning before the noise of traffic deadened its music. There is no sound on earth that one can compare with that queer clink-clink-clinking. And I can recall vividly the strange scene of vessels heeled over until their keels came up to the surface, and the rows of blue-jacketed caulkers working on them, who were quite a community by themselves. But to-day it is a rare thing to see a wooden ship undergoing repairs. "You've seen strange things on these hulls," I remarked. "Aye," said Strike. "I've seen great goose barnacles that long," measuring on his arm, "and mussels and weeds covering these ships' bottoms, and fish pulling at 'em. I've dipped my arm in arter grey mullet that were feeding on the green weed and things, but though I've touched 'em, I niver could lay hold of one. I've seen as many as 8 mullet in my time, jibed in William, the son, arter we've docked a ship and pumped the dock out, layin' kickin' on the bottom. While they were lighting up pipes again, I could not resist taking stock of the cabin. On shields hanging on the varnished wall were sundry heads, wings, and feet of wildfowl shot by the big gun hanging in slings in the boathouse. I noticed among them members of the brent goose, shoveller, mallard, and pochard. Here and there hung a little sporting print, shoulder guns, sou'westers, boots, oily jumpers, and all the paraphernalia of the wildfowlers. I was never a regular Braydener, you know, said Strike, but have only followed it up on idle days and in hard weather, which meant the same thing. And Sundays, I edged in, smiling, pointing to a little heap of mallard in the corner. Strike's biggest shot, so far as numbers were concerned, was obtained one night when up under the moon. Frost had just set in, and shorebirds were crowding south. He saw a huge gathering of dunlins on the ship lumps, and fired his shoulder gun at them. After each shot, the poor bewildered things dropped down again among the dead and wounded. After the third shot, he secured 242 of them, without counting the cripples, which scrambled away. I was up Brayden one day, making for the old Agnes, said Sharman. I've corked her in my time, he interjected. There was a body of ice in the channel, and I thought I'd lay beside her for shelter. For she stood high out of the water and was decked then, as you know. But all on a sudden the wind chopped to the nor'ard and the west'ard, and away comes the whole body of ice, moving directly on her. I hurried towards the open channel for fear of getting jammed in, but I see the ice strike her on the bow, tons of it, and come sliding about the decks and right over the stern of her. I never see such an avalanche. If I'd stopped, there'd have been a smash up, of course, but I was best out of it, said Sharman. I remember one night in October, remarked William. The air above head seemed alive with golden plovers, and I heard some cries that tickled my fancy. I couldn't for the life of me make 'em out. The whistle was shriller than a redshank's. The wind was south-east. I went up early next morning and fell in with the strangers, and the flats were crowded with plovers. 10 tall buds were standing in the water, and I pulled at 'em, knocking over 7. I found 2 of 'em were green shanks, and the other 5 were spotted shanks. A queer time of the year for 'em. One of the funniest things I ever see, said Strike, was a couple of kestrels chasing a gull. They dashed at him right and left, and there was he, dodging and screaming, till at last he took to the water and, looking up, opened his beak at 'em. I could see his little trick. He was arter nabbing hold of 'em and drowning 'em. And I see a crow seize a wounded stint or dunlin, when away comes a big gull at him afore he could make off with it, and made him drop it. The gull gobbled up the poor stint, feathers and all, the Kentish crow standing like a fool a little way off looking at him. I once knocked down a kitty or black-headed gull when gulls was fetching 3d each for hats, and crows or rooks as high as 8d, when down dashed a gret black-backed gull and snatched it out of the water and bore it over to the flats and ate it. The Sharman's record winter was that of 1890-91. During the long spell of frost, they were enabled to devote their time to wildfowling, and made a bag of some 500 wildfowl, or ducks. And somebody got writing to the papers about the slaughter. They'd better by half have let us poor men alone, who were glad to earn a shilling by it, and turn their attention to decoy men, who sometimes wring as many necks as that in a day. From one thing to another we rambled on, of birds and boats and men, for there seemed no end to their reminiscences. "Did I know Cadger Brown?" said Strike. "I should like to know who didn't. There was one thing about him, he was always merry, and if he'd got nothing but a crust and a pipe of tobacco, he didn't grumble. But I don't tell you he didn't mind getting a good gint when it come in his way. I and Bond were out early one morning and see Cadger coming from the Marshes over the walls to his old boot, with something tucked under his coat. 'Got anything?' asked Mr. Bond. 'Only an old goose,' said Cadger, grinning. 'An old goose what was robbing the poor hosses of their grass.' And he showed it to us. 'It's a tame one,' said Mr. Bond, laughing at the man's audacity and his ready tongue. 'Niver mind,' replied Cadger. 'He'll eat all right, all the same for that.' And Cadger went off with his goose, no one besides Sharman and Bond ever being the wiser. Of such variety are the yarns of these men of iron nerves and constitutions. They are keenly observant fellows, sturdy of heart as of limb, quick to see a joke, slow to take offence, self-reliant to a degree, and the majority of them are self-respecting, and even their vices, what few they possess, are manly. On the eastern bank of the River Bure, within a stone's throw of Brayden, stands a big wooden shed known as the Shrimper's Shelter. On rough, stormy days, these sturdy shrimpers, Braydeners, and other waterside labourers, bronzed hearty fellows with the blood of Vikings coursing through their veins, repair to this shed to gossip and spend around a glowing stove their enforced hours of idleness, glad to repair thither when tides are wrong and pockets are nearly bare, rather than haunt the quayside inns. It occurred some years ago to a good old friend of mine, a Mr. Flaxman, who is connected with the Congregationalists, to approach these fellows and see if their Sundays could not be spent in something more stirring than idleness. "We don't want no parsons nor policemen in our shelter," said one of the crowd, who with his fellows afterwards took solemn counsel, with many deep-drawn spells, at their beloved pipes. "I say, Mr. Flaxman," said one of them a few days after, "I thought you was a coming to talk to us chaps at the shelter last Sunday, but you didn't turn up." This was enough for my friend, who possesses more than a fair share of humour and a deep knowledge of these men's ways, for he was reared among them. And next Sunday he was installed as the little parson, and these simple-hearted fellows, who could never gather courage to go to church, mustered up, some 30 of them, sunburnt and weather-stained in blue guernseys and tan jumpers, with their indispensable pipes in their mouths, with which they soon filled the place with smoke. Tactfully my friend chatted to them, often in the vernacular, without ceremony and restraint, spicing his talk with anecdote and proverb and a simple story from the Bible. To this day these honest fellows attend the "Little Parson's" services, reverent amidst their clouds of smoke in this unconsecrated hut, sometimes punctuating the missioner's address with piquant comments, or breaking his discourse to get back to some previous remark on which they want more light or corroboration. Often these characteristic interjected remarks to everyone else but themselves would be very funny, although uttered with all sincerity. And it is no uncommon thing for the congregation to ask their "bishop," after he has concluded his address, to "go on and give us another." End of section 6. Section 7 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Brayden in Springtime. Part 1. A March Excursion. Tardy springtime comes to Brayden full of caprice and with varying humours. One day you may push your punt afloat on an unrippled tide with insufficient breeze to belly your little lugsail, and an overcoat becomes burdensome with the lightest of oars. 24 hours later may see the sky overcast with a dull grey curtain, and the cold northeaster, strengthening as the day wanes, reminds you of November. Rain, hail and snow come by turns, occasionally even until the merry month of May is with us. In April 1904, Brayden put on a most uninviting aspect. Some of my notes for the month are as follow. April the 7th. This is Thursday. So far Easter week has been too rough for a trip on Brayden. It is blowing from the nor'-nor'-west. Over the clear, raw, yellowish sky, broken and lumpy clouds are hastening. The water is like polished pewter, silver white here and there, and in the channel the blast freckles the ebb tide with bars of white-edged waves, hissing strangely as they speed towards and break upon the flintstone wall. The gulls sit head to wind on the flats, looking by no means happy, and a bunch of dunlins, scattered to feed on the flat near the five-stake drain, seem equally depressed. April the 8th. First time I dared to go on Brayden this week. Very poor tide. Saw 6 geese, also 50 or 60 widgeon, and a flock of dunlins, many of them as yet grey and white as in winter. Probably they are the later hatched young of last year. Saw 1 grey plover and 1 oyster-catcher. Jari, the Breydon watcher, who sways his sceptre over the vast area of mud flats during the close season, brings up his houseboat at the close of February and moors it by 4 stout guy ropes to 4 sturdy poles driven deeply into the mud flats, and to a stout chain cable and anchor, and he has need to, in a snug corner where a cross drain empties itself at the entrance of Duffell's larger drain. From here he commands a view up and down Brayden. Usually his Noah's Ark is a cosy little place, and it is pleasant to sit on the settle by the fireside opposite him and chat of Brayden and its folklore, listening meanwhile to the hissing of eels in the fry pan and the wail of the wildfowl outside. It is not always so comfortable here when the north wind beats with fury upon the boat, and the flood tide pushes up against it, nor when blow the keener north east blasts, in whose breath drifts the twirling snowflakes, for not with all jarry stoking and rolling among the blankets can the long night be made comfortable. And day after day of chilling rainfall, with seldom a kindred spirit to converse with, makes the man's isolation as complete as if he were billeted in some lone lighthouse, or were tossing in the night watches on a floating light. Yet, when the atmosphere is not blurred with sleet and drizzle, he is within binocular range of his homestead, out there beyond the Marshes. Blowy weather makes Brayden look its wildest when the sky is murky and overcast. The racing flood tide is muddy and troubled, and the black, hummocky clouds tumble up from the horizon and pass overhead in panoramic succession. "Likely to be a rough night, Jari," I remarked as the punt's nose bumped against the side of the houseboat. "About time we had a change, 'bor," replied Jari, clutching the painter and fastening it to the fender rope running round his craft. A rattling shower came down as I stepped inside and hastily pulled to the half door of his cabin. The flowing of the tide had ceased, and before very long a stake outside, easily seen from the cabin window, and which serves Jari for a tide gauge, began to show up above the surface of the water at intervals, as the fretted waves broke choppily. A laggard wherry or two passed upstream, hoping to make burrough before nightfall, for the wind was favourable to them. The breeze strengthened as the daylight waned, and strings of great grey gulls passed upward, while 2 or 3 whimbrel clamoured noisily as they changed their feeding quarters, and called to their fellows across the flats. "Noisy old birds, them Maybirds," said Jari. "There's at least a couple of score of 'em hereabouts. They seem to come here more numerously every spring." "Glad to corroborate you," I said, turning over a fat eel in the pan and pitching in another lump of dripping. "Look here," said he, hauling out a broken-winged dead whimbrel from under a sack at the end of the settle. "I picked that up this morning against the south wall. I'd like to have catched the fool as knocked that out. I suppose someone had a shot at 'em on the Marshes last night as they passed over." And most likely Jari was right, for I must acknowledge that, as far as Brayden is concerned, the local gunners who frequent the place in the open season have respect for the Protection Acts, much as they object to them, and it is a rare thing indeed to hear the report of a fowling piece, except on the Marshes from March to August, when, of course, duck shooting breaks the long spell of gun rusting, and worries the watcher into redoubled vigilance. Jari is not disliked by the fraternity, who, although they may abominate his vocation, respect him for his honesty of purpose. Some will frankly admit that, if he didn't earn the money, someone else might have to, which is sound logic. It was not unpleasant to feel the old boat rocking like a cradle, and tugging now and again at her moorings, and to listen to the waves lapping and gurgling around her. But things began to be less erratic as the tide fell off the flats, and the boat lowered herself by degrees as the water poured out of the drain. The wind still hummed mournfully, I rather liked it, around the chimney, and rattled the poles and gear lashed upon the roof outside. From cupboard and frail, and pan and saucepan came forth excellently fried eel, cooked potato, bread and table requisites, and a right royal supper we made, plain and homely, substantial and sweet, for which, and a sharpened appetite, we were duly thankful. Besides the eels, we had a half-score of dainty smelts, and a few not despicable viviparous blennies that had been scooped in yesterday in Jary's draw net up the Duffels drain. Pleasant chat and note comparison passed away a profitable hour, and long before moon up, two tired Braydeners lay and remained sound asleep on either settle, until the rocking of the boat woke us early in the morning, when the waves came rollicking over the submerged flats and lapped her into dancing once again. In the Watcher's Ark. The morning broke fairly fine, and the rain had ceased, so while Jari saw to the frying of some rashers of bacon and got the coffee on the way, I stepped outside and had a look round with his glasses. By this time the flat eastward of us had begun to show bare in places near the edges. It is odd to me that the flats generally are slightly higher at their margins. Not infrequently have I essayed to quant my way across in shallow water on an ebb tide, and managed easily till within a few yards of some tide-worn drain, and then stuck within boat's length of it. I have had to off boots and socks in a twinkling, and shove right merrily, for every minute is precious. To a novice, a little delay then may mean staying there some hours, until the next tide comes up to help him. Those who navigate Brayden beyond its main channels never do so but with flat-bottomed punts. There was a little brown spot, a mere speck apparently of mud, such as might have been heaved up by an oar thrust on the farthermost bit of naked flat. It appeared to move, the merest turn of a small head, perhaps, and then it was motionless as a stone. "Hand us my glasses, Jari." That mud-like fragment at once resolves itself into a small wading bird, and on my shouting and clapping my hands, it lifts its head, looks round wonderingly, and finding nothing very threatening near at hand, tucks its bill under its grey wing coverts and drops off, in an instant, into sounder sleep once more. The curious way in which the keenest ornithologist may often be deceived by birds remaining perfectly still is a matter for remark. So curiously do birds, standing or sitting perfectly motionless, deceive the eye and the mind together, that the gunner is sometimes entirely off his guard, and his would-be victims profit by it, making good their escape. I have a vivid recollection of a number of ringed plovers watching my movements when on the lookout for innocent objects for slaughter. They remained as quiescent as the stones they had been running amongst, and their black vests only catching my eye caused me to believe that what I saw was but a scattering of empty mussel shells. On walking up to get a nearer look, each supposed empty bivalve started into being, and flew away in safety before I could recover from my surprise. The most curious thing is that the gunner almost invariably starts to make examination without preparing for the surprise awaiting him. One moonlight night I rode up to within a few yards of a large but scattered flock of curlews. I knew there were curlews about, but so quiet and immovable did they remain, that I argued within myself as to whether or not they were stranded lumps of broken baskets and seaweed. And just as it dawned upon me that they might be curlews, with a startling clamour, such as only frightened curlews can make, every one of them took to wing and vanished into the night. My friend Di, some years ago, when he could see, on a bright spring day observed 3 objects which he thought to be half-bricks dropped in the mud. He passed on, and then curiosity tempted him to get a nearer view. Still half doubtful, he fired at them, when one of the red objects altered its position, spreading its wings, dead on the flat. The other 2 flew away. They were a trio of beautiful red knots in full nuptial attire. The same illusion occurred in the case of a kingfisher that kept watchfully quiet on his coming. He saw a streak of palest green among the hawthorn leaves, reflecting themselves in a ditch, and thought for the moment how odd it was that a bit of ribbon should have blown there. Instinctively or not, the kingfisher profited by this colour protection, for with a startled scream it took to flight and was lost at once among the branches of the old hawthorns. The heron, standing motionless in stiff angular attitudes, with his plumes and apron fluttering in the breeze, I have often imagined at first sight to be but a ragged basket fringed with debris of zostera or seaweed. Brayden was not silent. There was a perfect melody of bird notes. The widgeon out on the right tugging at the zostera called "Smew, smew," in a note not unpleasing to the ear. I dare say that note, unvarying as it is to the human ear, meant more than a mutual reminder to make the most of the time before all the water had poured off the flats. The black-headed gulls noisily "yard" to each other as they played around the edge of the channel, up and down which, at sun-up, they started their breakfast patrol. They are now busily engaged in prying into the lows or shallow pools left on the mud. They know that at times there is quite a menagerie encaged there. Many a goby and gammarus and other crustacean, sometimes shrimps and ditch prawns, and juvenile shore crab. Nothing that can be swallowed comes amiss, and if some stranded bread, sodden and crumbling, be left among the rubbish at the edge of the flat, it is equally welcomed and as promptly disposed of. Half a dozen of these blackheads, hardly correctly named, for the hood assumed in spring is a warm dark brown, mouse-coloured you might term it, have just settled on the flat, within a few yards of the houseboat. They are evidently in search of nereids, those queer red mudworms that lie hidden near the surface, and afford a never-failing supply to the thousands of small waders that call in spring to investigate their habits and habitations. I have known a smart shower to lay bare these worms by thousands, to the great joy of dunlins and ring plovers, which, in spite of the downfall, hurry to and fro, most diligently snapping them up. These worms must be wonderfully easy of digestion, for except during the short intervals for sleep, mostly taken at low water, and their pauses for a bath and a brush down afterwards, these sandpipers seem to be ever hungry and often feeding. A great wonder to me is how the supplies of worms are kept up. What tons must have been devoured only since I first knew Brayden. The black-headed gull in winter is a smart little fellow, with his white head and distinctive ear spots, which look inky black by comparison, and his sealing-wax red mandibles and feet. Of course, you know him to be an adult if his tail be spotlessly white throughout, and a youngster if it be barred with black across the end of it. Before spring comes, the foundations of his hood, so to speak, run, and working upwards, meet overhead. Over the eyes, too, a dark band appears, and then, almost imperceptibly, the brown patches blend into each other, the last angular bit of white to give way being seen just above the base of the mandibles. On Boxing Day 1890 I saw one wholly hooded and observed another amongst a flock of variously speckled-headed birds, also hooded, on December 29th, 1906. In March the black-headed gulls leave Brayden for their nesting quarters. Many visit Skalton and nest there on a sedgy island in some numbers. But all through the spring small parties return almost daily to feed and frolic on their favourite mudflats. Turning our glasses onto the widgeon feeding by the Duffels Flat, we become much interested in the adroit manner in which they dip in turn to get at the succulent stems of the grass. The upper portion dangles but a few moments from their mandibles, and is separated to float upon the surface until a swathe of it lies there to be carried downstream after the next good tide. It is possible to judge whether mallard and duck have been feeding with the widgeon either by day or night. Widgeon cut off the grass from below, and mostly devour only the lower portion, the stem. The others bite the fronds, devouring fragments a little over an inch in length. You can see small bits floating about. Widgeon will sometimes, when hungry, swallow stem and frond. They will eagerly eat, too, the dry, chaffy remnants of Salicornia herbacea, the jointed glasswort. In dissecting a duck last January 1907, I found the crop full of pieces of it, reminding one forcibly of the sticks that sometimes float on the surface of one's tea. The flocks that collect here in springtime are often very numerous, varying in numbers almost daily, as contingents come and go, or alternate their nightly feeds with a siesta by day at sea when quiet is assured. On Brayden the widgeon delights to feed and make love, and petty quarrels sometimes take place among the drakes. They seem curiously human in some of the phases of their life. The drakes appear to me to be always in excess of the ducks. Sometimes a flock of 2,000 birds may be seen fussing about at one time. Such an assembly makes the quiet night weird by the smee-oo, with the oo prolonged a trifle at times, like the plaint of a dove, of the gallant drakes, and the queer little snappy responses from their females. Then the bibbling of their bills and the scrunching of the grass are distinctly heard across the water. In 1905 I saw 3 male widgeon on Brayden as late as May the 13th. These birds afforded the old gunners much sport in the days before close seasons stayed their hand. Even in the early days of protection there were still big bags made now and then, and the slaughtered birds were smuggled home by ways so devious and cunning that the perpetrators would have puzzled a preventive man, as their early forebears did the customs officers, when they hid their contraband in the then thickly reeded, but now barren lows and obliterated polk holes, in a corner near which the moorhen lies in peaceful seclusion. But this no longer obtains, for our friend inside, now calling me to breakfast, is attentive to his duties. So the widgeon have a right royal time of it, and amongst them, in complete security and in perfect amity, scarcer and even rarer fowl are to be found feeding and fraternising, such as pintail ducks, shovellers, teal and others, not to mention the mallard and his sober-hued spouse. Some years ago, when there was no law against it, and consequently no real sinning, Fiddler Goodens was paddling around after the widgeon, when he saw a couple of weary avocets thigh deep in the water, and probably floating. He fired his big gun at them, killing one, and the other, after hovering round its dead companion for some moments, flew away towards a parcel of widgeon swimming in George's Deek, near which it settled. At that period, avocets had not such a high price placed upon their heads as they now have, and widgeon were more saleable. Goodens, thinking it would be safe to let the avocet alone a bit, owing to its tameness, decided to have first shot at the ducks. But while he was deciding upon a method of procedure, and ere he had laid his gun, up they flew, the avocet joining them, and went right away to the north-east, it is hoped to less inhospitable shores. "Breakfast!" shouted Jari. April is generally a pleasant month on Brayden, for the days are lengthening and milder weather as a rule obtains. But there comes occasionally the piercing north-easter from over the bleak North Sea, chilling and depressing. One year, as late as May the 11th, I was tarring the hull of the moorhen in the midst of a blinding snowstorm. April is a month of no small interest to the naturalist, for many migratory birds are changing their quarters, making this eastern corner of the country a sort of halfway house, and their appearance is too regular to surprise us. Some birds may be looked for almost to a day, although their presence and their numbers may be regulated by winds and weather. It seems to me that migratorial birds generally like to travel with a side wind. A few are seen coming at times dead against it, and if it is likely to be shortly coming forcefully behind them, they will come on well ahead of it. This occurs both in spring and autumn, so far as my observation goes. The swallows, the black terns, the swifts, and the godwits, with several others, might make use of an avine timetable. Out bird watching. A fine bracing morning tempts us to push off in the punt, on the rising tide, for an hour or two of loitering among the mud flats. And, helped by a steady breeze from the south east, the most favourable of all for seeing the spring migrants on the move, away we go, bowling along right merrily. Our punt is a double-ended boat, decked on the forepeak. A rail runs round the well in which we sit to row, and there is a short decked-in portion astern. On either side are lockers for sundry naturalistic stores, cord, wadding, specimen tins, with a bottle of formalin, and a shelf for the binoculars handy, for one never knows what he may meet with. 18 feet over all, with a beam of nearly 4 feet at its widest, the flat-bottomed punt is just the vessel for exploring creek, flat, and salting. The rower sits on a box seat, and whoever adds himself to the crew sits on a low seat astern. When the small tan sail goes up the stump of a mast, the skipper sits aft, holding sheet and tiller, and the additional hand must sit squat on a cushion on the floor, with his back to the mast. Alone, the skipper crowds on all sail, and flies along with mast at half a right angle, to the great wonderment of the gaping saddleback gulls, wakened from their doze by the side of the channel, and putting up the gaunt herons that are abstractedly fishing at the entrances of the creeks or runs that here and there branch from the main drain to lose themselves among the flats. The herons away yonder fishing low in the creeks only show their long lank necks above the level of the flat, looking as odd as do isolated stalks of buttonless sprouts when one hurries past a garden. They seem to know the old fiddle case, which was the name given to my punt by some of the Braydeners when first launched on Brayden. A Brayden punt spells speed, scant elbow room, squatness, and easy management. One can bowl along with the tiller and sheet in one hand, and focus his beloved Zeisses in the other. One comes, too, to see and not to be seen. I may as well say here that the fiddle case was built to suit a naturalist and not for sporting. Consequently, although more roomy, it is not built on the graceful lines of those beautiful models used by artistic-minded sportsmen. My friend, Mr. Albert Beckett, together with the late Fielding Harmer, one of the bygone race of gentlemen punt gunners, have brought the lines of this boat to perfection, and compared with it, punts I have seen at Lynn and Aldborough are the merest wash-keelers. Now my visitor has settled himself, and the captain is at the tiller, for the fiddle case differs from all other punts in possessing a rudder, the rest being guided by a sculling oar thrust through a fixed rollock placed far astern. Let us be off. We are not many minutes in reaching the huge railway bridge that spans the entrance of Brayden, and which causes wherrymen and yachting folk to sin more with their tongues than does any other obstacle in their tracks. Passing under it, with plenty of room to spare, we are almost at once abreast of the North Wall drain. Stake No. 1 adjoins it. The drain makes a detour for nearly a mile, running parallel to the walls, and for a long way with the railway metals beside it. Sometimes the flats hereabouts are tenanted by a host of small waders, which after a while pay little heed to the noisy locomotives gliding along beside the wall. Wildfowl do not stay long enough to get over their fright of them, and the anathemas of the ancient race of punters who fished and shot here in the '40s were long and deep. I heard the echoes of them in the '70s and '80s, when the old fellows, in a reminiscent mood, warmed up and waxed eloquent. There was fairly deep water, and fresh, at the neap tides, and there were reed beds down as far as the signal box, in the long ago. And there were wildfowl too, they told me, but we must describe Brayden as it is to day. End of section 7. Section 8 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Brayden in Springtime, Part 2. I was astonished beyond measure one spring, it may be 4 years ago, to see a spoonbill restfully feeding here, almost within gunshot of the bridge builders hammering and toiling with sledge and bellows. It paid no more heed to the clangour than if it were a puff of wind rustling the sedges beside a desert pool. I saw an Iceland gull, innocent evidently, and trustful of men's ways, pottering about on the flat yonder under the wall. I crawled along the wall to within a few yards of it, and feasted my eyes on the interesting stranger, creamy of plumage and tired after rough winds. An hour later, the gun of a Braydener, who was not sentimental, had slain it. You notice that Brayden is staked, that is, at intervals of a few hundred yards, a trimmed up tree trunk, an oak for choice, has been driven into the mud to mark the channel. This leafless avenue extends quite to Borough and Burney Arms. On the left, going up, the stakes are painted red. On the right, they are glistening black with tar. Each one is numbered, the last one being number 56. No boat without a keel should ever dare to get outside this course, for the flats come well nigh out to them, and he who, not knowing the risk of it, ventures there, may have to pay for his audacity or his ignorance by sticking on the mud. A yachtsman may ground there, as I have seen him, on the top of the last of the spring tides, which, falling off directly after, may leave him prisoner for days, unless he pays the native pirates to dig him out. The main channel is over 4 fathoms deep in places. The punter runs few risks, for 3 or 4 inches of water will suffice to float him, and if he goes aground, a sturdy shove with the oar or his little quant will back him speedily into sufficiently deep water again. To the experienced eye, the extremely sinuous drains that intersect the flats are easily followed, even when the big flood tide covers everywhere. The colour of the water, usually greenest where deepest, the peculiar ruffling made over deep water by the faintest breeze, and other signs are as readable as a chart to him. I myself have, in a dense fog and in darkest night, piloted my punt across to and from the moorhen, simply by feeling my way with the oars. But this is not easy on a windy night, for twisting currents may soon cause one to lose one's bearings. The 5 stake drain starts from the main channel against stake number 3. We noticed 5 rugged stumps, which marked the entrance to this drain until recently. These gnarled timbers have stood there since I first knew Brayden. To-day they have no significance beyond naming the drain which now runs out south of them, the bridge buttresses having somewhat altered the set of the tides. Now and again an ambitious gull perches atop one. In the 50s and 60s on these and many of the Brayden stakes, cormorants used frequently to perch, with their wings half open and ungracefully hung out to dry after a feast of herrings and flounders. I have seen odd ones doing so in the 80s. That valiant Britisher, the osprey, or fishing hawk, was no stranger on Brayden in the olden days. But every man's hand was then, as it is now, against it, and I fear that this bird, which by its appearance would add a charm to this wilderness, will never visit us again. Just imagine what a delightful picture an osprey would make perched on yonder stake, with a cormorant on the next one, a half a dozen spoonbills on the flat behind, and a score beautiful herons, as we often see them now, working the drains on the right. Let me sketch a picture. Johnny Thomas was loafing around in his old grey punt, with his half-fingerless hands clothed in woollen fingerless gloves, and his short legs encased in huge water boots that swallowed half his length. "God bless my soul and body," his favourite invocation, said Thomas. "I hain't had a shot this morning." But just as he neared the five-stake drain, a magnificent osprey was observed restlessly flitting from post to post in the intervals of a search for its breakfast. For some time Thomas hoped and tried in vain to get a shot at it. "All right, Johnny," said Fiddler Goodens, who was hovering in the vicinity. "I'll soon have him on a stack." And he at once began pitching out some of the liveliest roach and bream he had in the boat with him. Goodens had been, early that morning, a mile or so up the Bure with a net after freshwater fishes, which he was then taking up Brayden to use as bait in his eel pots. "They'll soon come up to the top in salt water," added Goodens, which remark proved to be correct, for they rose to the surface, suffocating and feebly struggling in an element to which they were unaccustomed. The osprey promptly dashed down, seized one of the largest of the fish with its talons, and repaired to an adjacent stake to devour it. This was Johnny's opportunity, and carefully squatting in the well of the boat and sculling with one hand while he kept the other on the trigger of his punt gun, he soon succeeded in killing the bird. The only interesting feature of the incident was the instinctive shrewdness of old Goodens. It shows the ready wit of those whose training has been amid the wild life of the local waterways. 100 yards or so up this drain on the right are the well-known lumps. They are the highest portions of the flats, and were, no doubt, many years ago, part of a big rond or salting. To-day a lump here and there is grassed over by coarse marsh herbage, made greener in places by patches of sea scurvy grass, and in summer the bare levels around them are carpeted by wide stretches of the so-called samphire, the jointed glasswort, Salicornia herbacea. The old folks used to pickle it and eat it. Latterly no one has troubled himself about it, for the grocer saves much labour and provides more appetising sauces. It is here that some of the gunners, especially those amateurs who carry only shoulder guns, gather in their various vessels at the last of the flood tide, whither also, when everywhere else is flooded, the poor harassed wading birds come to feed or rest, hoping, no doubt, that the waters will not rise sufficiently high to wash them off. Imitating their various call notes, often very badly, the gunners sometimes decoy the restless flocks and decimate their numbers. A flock of knots, lessening at each round, will keep answering the fatal call, or dash in as if to tempt their fallen fellows to rejoin them, only to be smitten and to float dead beside them, until not a single one may be left to tell the tale of slaughter. Young birds suffer most at such times, but we are here with no evil designs, and in April they are safe from molestation. The more that come hither, the merrier they may be. We have come to watch their ways and doings, and our trusty binoculars will assist us to that end. Look you, there are some turnstones, 5 of them, flinging over with petulant haste the stranded tangle and bits of stick and refuse left by the tide. They are hunting for crustaceans, hidden there to feed and to escape the light and air. The shorehopper, first cousin to the sandhopper, is their favourite quest. Whatever cunning they may possess, the faculty of imitation is not a feature with the shorebirds. You never hear them utter a note but their forebears used it, and their ways and movements are unchangeable. No other bird apes the manners of the turnstone. They may earnestly watch him turning over the driftweed as the farmer's man turns hay, and know with what results. Yet they are never turnstone for themselves. They wait on him, however, and profit by his labours. The dunlin and the ringed plover will rob him or share in the proceeds. I have seen the turnstone lose his temper after successive robberies, and fly away to be rid of his tormentors. Watching the birds has become so interesting that we have hurriedly lowered the sail and run the boat's nose into the mud to anchor a while and see more of their doings. One cannot lie too closely or conceal himself too carefully. Throw this sack over your shoulders and lie down on the punt floor. Some wimbrel, advance guard of the swarm that come here to court and pair off in May, have been watching our manoeuvres, but, becoming reassured, begin to feed again on the far edge of the flat, and soon after to hunt on the drier part of it. The wimbrel likes to pick about with dry legs, and no doubt falls in with much that the more moisture-loving species miss. I have seen these lumps quite lively with spiders, I should say Psychosidae. Few birds will pass them without sampling them. And then there are thousands of Hydrabea ulvae, those winkle-like molluscs which swarm in the finer months on every grass blade on either side when floating vertically, and beneath when prostrate on the ebb. Winkles too are plentiful, as are the most juvenile of shore crabs. The wimbrel's gullet is not a large one, but these can all easily be swallowed, and I have a very strong suspicion that, failing to digest these shells of Littorina, the wimbrel and many other waders vomit them as owls do fur. I would like to know whence, but for such ejectments come all the empty shells which are eddied together at the stone corners, making in time quite miniature crag formations. The wimbrel is a noisy fellow, and one bird titterals to another, so they pass on the watchword or their compliments right away to those feeding a mile away. See, some curlews have joined them, and are beginning to thrust in their long bills right to the hilt at times in their searchings for small clams, Maya arenaria, and the dwarfed cockles that sparsely neighbour with them. The curlew, nervous and suspicious, often amuses me by the way he jumps at the squirting of a startled clam as it draws in its siphon. The larger molluscs throw up quite a respectable jet, and if you keep your eye on the softer mud, you will see this process going on repeatedly. You can see, too, even from the boat, their holes in the mud, varying in size from pinpricks to those large enough to insert your finger in. Drive in your hand curlew's bill length, and you may feel the hard shell of the clam reposing edgeways up. Nothing but a hooded crow would thank you for one of those larger, vile-tasted molluscs. These crows, by the way, are not all gone. A few, dotted here and there, are still to be seen picking up a precious livelihood, depending now on drowned kittens and puppies, small stranded fish thrown out from the shrimp boats, and any other useless flotsam of the kind. It is extremely interesting to see how the shorebirds frolic and feed and fraternise. They live in a little world quite of their own. They have their joys and surprises, their worries and fancies, and there is earnest as well as frolicsomeness in their daily round. They appear to have no regularly set times for slumber, and are awakened from soundest sleep by the least of alarms. Nor do they all sleep at one time, for odd birds are sure to be on the watch against surprise. These may be preening their feathers, or standing listlessly as if thinking, but their beady eyes are keen to discern the slightest threat of danger. When feeding in flocks of any number, dunlins, curlew sandpipers, and others of their kindred seem far more shy and mistrustful, more especially if there be any ringed plovers among them. It may be that, trusting to scouts and sentinels, danger is the more quickly recognised and the more promptly evaded, whereas solitary birds and small family parties are less suspicious and will often allow of a very near approach. I have drifted past solitary little waders, which I could almost have reached with an oar, and have deliberately splashed water over them ere they would take to wing. Small waders are more restless on the flood tide than on the ebb, and gunners know that their chances to get a shot into the brown of a flock are greater when, after being disturbed from their feeding grounds by the rising waters, they bunch up and wheel round and round like a compact squadron of cavalry to find fresh quarters. Then it is that a clever mimicry of their call notes may mean disaster to them, for, evidently imagining some fortunate companion has something to tell them, the poor things dash by in search of him, and the slaughter of a number of them assures the survivors, sometimes with broken legs and often much ruffled feathers, how badly they have been deceived. When the tide falls, leaving a sloppy surface on the ooze, and before the annelida and other low forms of life have drawn back far into the mud, or hidden, for the moisture that is necessary to life and comfort, then are the smaller tribes of shorebirds happiest and busiest, and they will scatter in all directions with eagerness, covering with astonishing alacrity a great area of ground, as if well aware that it is a case of urgency if they would have their fill. Time is flying. We had better go back to the channel, hoist the sail again, and make for stake number 6, rounding which we enter the ship drain. A magnificent old heron stands asleep at the corner of the flat, but promptly awakes and uplifts his head as the skiss of the boat's prow cutting the water falls on his keen ear. The long and elegant black crest on his nearly white head waves in the wind like a warship's pennant. With a loud frightened "Hank," he takes to lumbering flight, sailing away to join a companion farther up the drain. On the flat here to the left, as recently as April the 12th, 1902, I saw 30 hooded crows, some of them by their actions already paired off, gathered and making up their minds to cross the sea. It was odd to see them and some swallows in close proximity. A mixed flock of dunlins are feeding at the edge of the flat. Some are horseshoed on the breast with black, old birds of course. A few are still almost as grey as in winter. They are immature and probably young birds now completing the first year. An oyster catcher flits by, erratic and hurried in flight, yelping noisily. Strange it is that this species, which musters up so numerously at the north west of the county, is but the merest straggler to Brayden, nor does he often visit the foreshore. Maybe if we had mussel scalps he might come oftener. There is nothing rare about to-day. The spoonbill occasionally drops in April, and the avocet still more rarely. Now and then a few godwits, far ahead of their relatives, visit us as early as the middle of the month. Ringed plovers are often abundant, and in fairly numerous flocks may be seen winging their way about all over the place, while redshanks come daily to feed from their nesting quarters on the adjacent marshes. The tide has risen high enough to allow of a straight course over the flats, so we leave the sinuous drain and George's Deek on our right, with the houseboats at the corner, and point the bow of the punt straight for the moorhen. It is about time that we had dinner. Below us waves the zostera, crowded with hydrabea, that scratch the bottom of the punt with a queer rasping noise as we bowl along over them. Here and there, in a patch of bare grass, we see the smoky curl of the silt forced up by the dashing swim of a large flounder. The smoke curls behind it like that from a freshly coaled steam engine, and great shore crabs with threatening pincer claws scuttle into the labyrinths of the next bunch of zostera. A few gulls and rooks pass to and fro overhead on their respective ways, and a small skein of geese, high up aloft, are seen passing northwards. Some lapwings are calling on the marshes, and a greenshank with clamorous ploo, ploo, ploo takes to hurried flight towards a low in the rond, as by a smart turn of the helm and a quick jibing of the sail we bring the punt up broadside to the little staging fronting the salting on which the moorhen sits perched high and dry, and the good-tempered old retriever from the marsh farm comes hurrying up to greet us and to beg for anything we can spare from the table. The next thing on the board is to chop some firewood from the heap in the basket hanging there on the rail, and to light a fire in the cabin. While I am doing the household work, you may be looking through this ancient telescope. There may be a few widgeon floating upward, and you will get a good view of the surrounding lowlands. Borough on the right, Morby, Runham and Stokesby out there to the northward. You think then that my Breydon Observatory is pitched in a most interesting situation? I quite agree with you. You like the moorhen? Well, most of my friends say they do, who have honoured me with their company. I suppose it is the strangeness of the situation, its uniqueness, as one gentleman termed it. One gets away from all the turmoil of the restless town, its excitements, worries, dirt and artificialities. You here, somehow, get back to nature, even in the matter of feeding. In summer, my eel pick, my butt dart, and the watcher's net bring from the depths and shallows tenants for my pan and pot. Sweet home-made bread and eggs and milk and cheese from neighbour Banham's farm hard by are famous for satisfying the equally famous appetite one acquires out here. The most fastidious visitor may bring in the punt's lockers more dainty and perhaps less wholesome viands from the town. The skipper of the moorhen once in a while brings hither a sack of coals, but firewood may be had for the finding among the drift on the walls. In these lockers, you see, I have all sorts of household utensils, from a kettle to a tin opener. You are now cushioning yourself on one of my horsehair mattresses. Narrow, you say? Well, at night we up with a bedboard on either settle, and having rolled ourselves in our blankets, are as snug as in a liner's bunks. One can't nicely roll out over a 7-inch rail. Can I sleep well? Ask Bannum, the marshman, who comes across wondering, long after sunrise, why I am not yet up, and wakes me with a sturdy cowstick, knocking vigorously upon the cabin side. The moorhen is typical of the many Noah's Arks used by smelters, eel fishers and others, who spend days and nights on Norfolk waters. The hull, originally an old smacks boat, has been cabined over, a stove erected, and stowage cupboards and settles added to suit the caprices or needs of the owner. In her palmier days, the moorhen drifted up and down the river and on to the Broads. But with age a boat gets leaky, and her skipper less restless, and Brayden grows on one so. And here must the moorhen end her days, on Bannum's Rond, her shadow cast over the sea scurvy grass, Cochlearia officinalis, in springtime, the Michaelmas daisy, Aster tripolium, making a garden around her in the autumn, while on summer days the scent of the wild southern wood, Artemisia maritima, that clothes the walls in big grey patches, is not ungrateful. One can always depend on the cabin, save in the winter months, being dry and habitable. In winter the now rather fragile skipper wisely sleeps at home. You like the moorhen? I'm glad you do, for I like to hear my old tried friends well spoken of. End of section 8. Section 9 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Brayden in Springtime, Part 3. A Native's Opinions. Dinner ended and the houseboat locked up. We may as well get over Brayden to Jarry's houseboat, which you can see lying at the entrance to Duffle's Drain. I have stowed the sail and mast and put the oars inside too. I will quant her thither. If the tide were falling, I should make for the cross drain, which from the end of the Rond takes a most sinuous course to Duffle's Drain. But there is still plenty of water under us. My quant is somewhat like a boat hook, minus the iron shodding, to which at half a right angle a wooden toe is fastened, to prevent its sinking in the mud at every thrust. Poor old Piero Pestel constructed this for my especial use. We will stop a little while with Jarry and gossip till the tide falls. We had scarcely fastened the punt to Jarry's houseboat and stepped aboard, ere an open boat, manned by Snicker Larn, his comrade Shorten Page, and another old fellow, came up and hitched on their painter to the houseboat's ringle. They were up after smelts. Before the tide eases, they will have left us and gone right up the Duffle's Drain to shoot their net, which they do the moment there is ebb tide sufficient to move it along downstream. For the present they are ready to load their pipes and have a friendly draw, and are as ready as ever to discuss old Brayden and the days of yore, not forgetting to wedge in many a grumble about the day we live in. "Look here," said Snicker, "things is rotten nowadays. Brayden'll never see the likes agin." "You think not?" I queried. "'Bor, I know it. he answered dogmatically. Look how Brayden's growed up, he said. Why, the tide's no sooner on the flats than it's off. Why, there used to be enough water at ordinary tides to sail about anywhere at low water. It's the silth and filth what done it. The what? The silth and filth. The mud from up river and the refuge from the town. It get in that old grass, the zostera, and settle there every tide. Can't get away. There's 10 times more on it than there were 60 year ago. Now look here, I said. When you place an obstruction out in a tideway, it makes a corresponding eddy. Yes, he nodded. Well, when they built the Dicky Works, a sort of close-bordered jetty up there near Burney Arms, and drove the water from the two rivers meeting there into one common channel, it had the effect of deepening that channel, and the eddy pulled the silt round with it. Well, I said, instead of the two rivers spreading all over the flats and keeping them down to an ordinary level, they lost this scar and gained the silt. I see what you're driving at, said he. But why don't fish come up here as they used to? Where's the butts, or flounders, and mullet, and sich like? We must go to the harbour for that, I answered. For since the North Pier has been pushed out far beyond the South Pier, it used to be the other way about, the flood tide has been set off, taking the fish past the harbour to the benefit of those who fish in the Ham beyond at Galston. The tide races out with greater force too on the ebb and deepens the river at the bar. These things benefit those who do business in ships, and we now get vessels in drawing far more water than in years gone by. It's good for trade, I added. And bad for Braydeners, he said bitterly. Well, Larn, I said soothingly, nowadays it must be the greatest good for the greatest number. But it's hard on us Braydeners, he repeated with emphasis. Some has to suffer. Yes, I said, it's vexing, though it can't be helped. You've seen a thing or two here in your time, I added, turning the subject. Ah, bor, I have, said he. Birds? I queried. Well, I niver done much in birds. Fish have been more in my line. Of course, I've seen lots of swans and geese and all that, and seen enough of 'em shot. I've picked up French partridges up here in foggy weather, and seen an old hare messed up trying to cross the flats. I've took a rum fish or two up here, jibed in Shorten Page. The clinkiest cod I ever saw I got in a net just in the entrance of the Norwich River, and I once nabbed a turbot 14 pound weight and made 14 shillings on it. Law, I ha' got great herons, so I have gurnets and dogfish. Why, even old gants or gannets used to come on here arter yawlers. Many a time I've seen 'em pitch in and get 'em. Yawlers is half-grown herons, you know. Grey mullet, he continued. Why, I've heard old Calver once took a bootload on 'em and made £8 15 shillings with the catch up in Billingsgate. You put that down in your book afore, you know. My best catch of them old mullet, interposed Snicker, was in the bight agin the Dicky Works. That's the place, edged in Shorten. Shut up, 'unt yer, said Snicker, turning on Shorten. My catch brought in about £13, which was about half what it would have brought in nowadays. We ought to copped more, only so many on 'em popped over the net back into Brayden. I've had 'em jump over my head," said Shorten, laughing. "Your head?" snapped Snicker. "Why, you ain't more than 3 feet nothin' in your water boots, though you've got as fat a head as anybody. I'll allow they can jump though, and more'n once I'd known the lot to go over like a flock of sheep and leave nothin' in the net. £9 was the heaviest mullet as I ever took." "9! Shut up, ain't you? 9 stone, I suppose you've copped 'em, though I once got a sturgeon over 11 stone. I've got a skate as nearly pulled me overboard, and nice place used to come up now and agin. I once helped to land a 26-pound conger what got in a smelt net." "Nice job?" I queried. "I should think so. My own mother wouldn't ha' known me for mud and filth when we'd settled his hash for him." "You've known some queer chaps up here?" I asked. "Have I?" he answered. "Why, yes. I hain't been up here nigh 60 year without. There was old Bessie, Gaby Thomas." "You knew old Boogles?" "Knew him? Why, yes. He was the superstitiousest old fool I ever knowed. Johnny Bloom he was, and took more barrels of beer down on him than I've ever smelt, though we might let the dade rest. He couldn't a bear frogs. He'd walk a mile rather than meet one, and when he used to go a picking of a night in the deeks or ditches, he'd always hold his eel pick over his head to see as if he hadn't got a frog on, and lost many a good eel through it. If he upset a bucket of eels on the marsh, he dustn't for the life on him pick 'em up for fear of touching his finger agin a frog." "That's quite right," put in Shorten. Without deigning to notice this interruption, Larn went on. "You remember old Silky Watson?" he asked. "I just remember him," said I. "Well, he was the snuggest man at a big gun I ever seed, and couldn't he swear! One day it was a terrible hard winter, and Brayden was frizz all over, with only a wake here and there in the channels. Silky had spotted a parcel of ducks sitting on the ice at the edge. They were perched up 3 feet from the water. Old Silky laid low and began to scull up to 'em, when all on a sudden up went their heads, and in hid fast the next minute they dove. On turning round, Watson seed a big hawk, a peregrine, dash past him, but, like him, the hawk had lost 'em." "You say he swore," I remarked. "Well, he'd been a old man o' war's man, and you could hear him all over Brayden," replied Snicker impressively. "But law, times is altered. Look here," he said solemnly, "with all them steam drifters goin' in and out the harbour, all the fish is drove away. My biggest haul of eels? Well, some years ago I made a dragnet. That were a bit of smelt net with a poke to it. Me and another went up to the Fleet Deek near Dan Banham's, knowing the hot summer had dried up the deeks to a few swales, or isolated pools or puddles. This was 30 year ago. We was refused leave by one owner, whose old sow was eating eels till she pretty nigh busted. So we went furder on, without axing leave on the next property. Hauling the net, one each side of the deek, we filled 2 bushel skeps with 'em. They couldn't help themselves as they rooted about in the swales till the slub was all on a work. That year, afore the rain came, suffin like 200 stun of dead eels was found in the deeks. Have I had any bad luck? Why, don't you remember me tellin' you last November, me and Shorten and him took 29 smelts for 2 days' hard work? And this is a fact. On November the 14th and 15th, 1906, the sum total was 29 smelts for 3 men's work. Snicker came to me for a loaf, almost broken-hearted. Snicker is 67, Shorten 70, him 74. Poor old fellows, and still toiling at their nets. Look, come here, interjected Jari. We all looked, and a pretty sight rewarded us. 11 dainty black terns were rising and dipping as they came along the Duffels drain. Nothing more swallow-like in general appearance and in their manners could be imagined as they came tripping along, now snatching at some insect or other on the surface of the water. They could not be fishes, and now swinging around and overhead without seeming effort. We watched them going away to the north-eastward, mounting up higher as they neared the walls, a parcel of little black fairies. They'll be on Hickland Broad for dinner, said Jari, pulling out his pipe. Look here, Patson, said Snicker. This'n't do. The blessed tides are fallen. Among the May birds. May is preeminently the month of the birds in eastern Norfolk, for many species are expected which will spend the sunnier days in our midst, while more are looked for as mere callers, on their way to their northern nesting quarters. Some of the rarest of our British waders drop in to spend a short vacation on the mudflats, and it is now that their plumage is at its best. One May's arrivals will differ greatly from another, a fact for which the direction and force of prevailing winds are greatly responsible. Given a continuation of strong westerly or south-westerly winds, and only the merest stragglers from the migrating armies are to be met with, while with a succession of winds from the east and south-east, the trend of the migratory hordes will favour this side of the German Ocean, and then it is that the naturalist sees much that may interest him. A mere catalogue of the strange and interesting birds to be seen on Brayden, even in these degenerate days, by anyone who could spare hours to loiter about in the drains and by the mudflats, would be far from uninteresting, and had there been trustworthy recorders in the old days, besides those who wrote their obituaries in blood, we might have possessed some delightful literature. Unfortunately, in the good old days, to go after birds meant less to watch than to kill. Glad am I that today the tendency becomes stronger to watch and admire, and the old spirit, too, of watching to outwit and slay, although still strong, grows less manifest. It is to be hoped that future bird histories will contain fewer and fewer notes of specimens shot, with the date. It may seem strange that, notwithstanding the lament so often heard of birds becoming scarcer, that noble fellow, the spoonbill, Platalea leucorodia, taking one year with another, has visited us more frequently of late years than formerly. It is an exceptional year that does not see one banjo bill stalking about with easy gracefulness at the edge of some flat, spooning up shrimps and small mollusca, while little surprise is expressed at the sight of 6 or even a dozen of these birds dropping in to spend a few days with us specimen hunting. Were the Broadlands made a sanctuary, I feel confident this splendid bird would be induced to come and nest again with us. Occasionally, early in April, oftener in May, and sometimes until well into July, has the spoonbill been recorded for Brayden. The late Fielding Harmer, in his Birds Shot on Breydon Water, gives an imperfect list of some 45 spoonbills observed here between 1854 and 1889. Of these, more than half occurred in May, and one as early as March the 20th. But at least 2/3 of them are simply dated with the accompanying epitaph, "Shot on Brayden." It is noted that Mr. B. Dye has a fine specimen of adult female shot at Rollesby on March the 17th, 1888. The ovary contained 1 egg as large as a Barcelona nut. This is a very early record. In spite of close season, quite a number are openly marked "shot." Fortunately for "Spoony," he may now venture here in perfect safety. 17 of these birds were feeding within half a mile of me at one time on April the 28th, 1901. For what reason the handsome little knot, Tringa canutus, in his summer suit of russet red, has forsaken Brayden, I am utterly at a loss to imagine. Year by year its visits have become less frequent, and one is fortunate to see half a dozen in a spring. Fielding Harmer's remark that it is abundant both in winter and summer plumage does not now hold good. It must have been an exceptional year when, as he states, "In 1863, in May, they were abundant in summer plumage. 40, 50 and 60 were killed at a shot." It is, as a rule, a tame and unsuspicious little creature, and in autumn it severely suffers for this misplaced confidence. The avocet, that daintiest of all the waders, now visits us only as the merest straggler. Why it should come at all is beyond my comprehension, for it meets with a most hostile reception in spite of close season enactments and the careful and almost ceaseless vigilance of the watcher. It is ever an eligible addition to a collection, whether the collector has specimens sufficient or not, for there is always a value attaching to its skin, and a halo of conquest, so to speak, which unscrupulous shooters glory in wearing. The slaughter of an avocet is something more to be boasted of than the shooting of a dozen woodcocks. It may be the bird has an innate instinct, transmitted through generations, to visit the home of its forefathers, or, what is more likely, it is borne half unwittingly hither by atmospheric causes at the period of migratory flight. It is an experience for a naturalist to get within binocular range of this avine beauty. On June 12, 1905, a flock of no less than 9 put in an appearance on Brayden, and I spent a most enjoyable evening in their company. At 7:30 p.m. on the 13th, I saw them in a compact flock on the wing. They sailed around for half a mile, and then alighted in shallow water. The tide was just at the full, and in a very short time they were floated off their feet entirely. They swam with the buoyancy of tufted ducks, which at a distance they greatly resembled, as they bobbed up and down on the ripple with their heads drawn in. I pushed to within 100 yards of them, and distinctly saw that they were swimming, one and another occasionally popping its head under water, as if to reach the bottom, keeping the tail perpendicular by the aid of the feet, as ducks do. A small gull accompanied them, apparently much interested in their movements; and I have before noted that with the black-headed gulls, stray avocets have been on the most amicable terms, even remaining to sleep in their company, as if satisfied that their vigilance and alertness to detect any sign of danger could be depended on. Even if they uttered no alarm note, the patter of their feet when running to gain an impetus for flight makes sufficient sound to waken them. My chum Di was with me in my punt, straining his failing eyes to get but a glimmer of their presence. So, carefully sculling up to within 30 yards of them, I put them up, when they filed off in extended line, coming between the setting sun and Ben, who, to his intense delight, caught their shadow as they crossed him. They wheeled round once or twice, and again settled near the lumps. 2 or 3 other boats were hovering in my wake, among them being that of the restless watcher, for he was pretty well aware that, concealed under the foredeck of at least one punt, there lay hidden a fowling piece, whose owner hung around far into the night with a fugitive hope of tiring out the representative of the law, and of getting, as local slaughterers put it, a clip at 'em. But I do not think success attended his efforts then, although I am not so sure that the whole of the birds got safely away. I noticed one bird walk slightly lame, as if it had been pricked by a shot. The flock remained that Friday night and until the following day, in the afternoon of which a very severe thunderstorm broke over Brayden, during which they disappeared. This flock of 9 avocets is probably the largest number that has been at one time on Brayden for more than half a century. The late Fielding Harmer, writing in 1890, remarks on the 6 seen on May 3rd, 1887. "I have never known so many at one time to be seen on Brayden," he writes, and his acquaintance with that estuary dated back to 1854. It is noted that Fielding Harmer mentions but 5. There were 6 to my knowledge, and 4 were killed. Without the slightest doubt, many more rare species come to Brayden than are ever heard of. Some may drop in to feed and rest at night, and are gone by daybreak. And among the flocks of commoner birds there must often be strange sandpipers. The obtaining of petrel and broad-billed sandpipers and other locally scarce forms has seldom been deliberate, as that of a larger stork or a spoonbill may be. For unlike these, they so closely resemble, both in size and general appearance, such common species as dunlins, curlew sandpipers, and the like, that they have invariably been unidentified until after a promiscuous and random slaughter. And here I must admit that, but for the gun, their presence would never have been detected, and to my mind, in this solitary argument, the sportsman scores. Personally, however, I am content to remain ignorant rather than indulge in wholesale massacre for the sake, or for the mere possibility of securing a rarity, or adding a new species to the county fauna. Redshanks are merry enough on the flats in May, whither they repair in the intervals of their household duties to feed and gossip with old friends who come later southward. They will muster up in larger numbers in August, when young and old gather together in quite respectable flocks. I have seen 100 in a bunch, from the Bure and Waveney Marshes. The extension of the close season until September is a real boon to this species, which formerly was sadly decimated by shooters, who found it a ready target and easily decoyed within gunshot by the most imperfect mimicry of its call notes. Its habit of sitting on a rail and clicking is familiar to most people who know its haunts. It has an odd way, too, of lifting its wings above head to their greatest extent, as if proud of the length of its primaries. The redshank persistently feeds in a chosen spot until the tide fairly lifts it off its legs, and so daintily clean is it that it will stop feeding to put in position a refractory feather, or wash the tiniest speck of mud from its plumage. Its cousin, the greenshank, a far noisier bird, comes in ones and twos in May, and attracts attention by its restless and impulsive manners. And whilst the redshank flies in a well-sustained and circular fashion, Greeny darts along with jerky suddenness, hesitates a wing, in dragonfly fashion, and goes ahead again, showing more white behind than you suspected it was wearing. One never tires of watching the peculiarities of individual species, and snugly ensconced in the well of our punt, under the lee of the rugged edge of a tide-worn flat, the patient watcher gets glimpses of ways and manners such as the restless never dream of. Sometimes these hunting parties will mix together right good-naturedly, one touch of nature, supper, hunting, making the bird world kin. A party of dunlins, resplendent in coats of variegated brown and black, with vests of jetty hue, come nimbly running along, pick, 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 as they move, snatching at carophium and mudworm, delving deeply for those that hide. Trilly piping, the ringed plovers join them, running and picking, picking and running. Among them may be odd Kentish plovers and little stints, while you may hear too the wick, wick of the sanderling, which you may recognise most easily by its speckled gorget. By some common impulse, every little wader takes to flight. It may be for a momentary spell of exercise, or maybe some warning cry, not understood by those hidden in the punt, puts all to wing, and after wheeling around with quite military precision of method, probably deciding as they turn that it was a false alarm, presently down they drop and at once scatter again to feed, apparently with great hurry, as if to make up for lost time. You might almost imagine they fed by piecework. If there be a breeze blowing, you will be interested in observing them feeding head to wind, and should one turn a moment to snatch up a worm it has unwittingly passed by, and the wind ruffles some of its wing coverts, how quickly it right about faces and attends to those disorderly feathers before beginning to feed again. On taking to wing, after a sweep round once or twice, they decide to settle in a new location. You will always observe them fly past where they intend to alight, swing round into the wind again, and then alight, retracing their steps to the spot selected, and with their bills pointing to windward, recommence feeding. When washed off the flats by a higher tide, away they hasten either to the beach or the marshes, the larger waders retiring to the ronds to await the ebbing of the waters. All of them seem to know instinctively when the water has fallen. The greenshank, when feeding, selects some isolated tide pool, or oftener a shallow creek, along which he walks. He would run, if he could, in a zigzag manner, snatching at frightened shrimps that hastily scurry to either side. He does not leave much of a creek unworked. The redshank often dips his head under water, I am confident on spec, before he has ever sighted prey. The dunlin, more especially on the softer ooze, shows his dislike to a muddy worm by running with it dangling from his mandibles to wash it in the shallows. You may see the avocet doing exactly the same thing, taking care that not a spot of mud shall soil his snowy breast. It is funny, too, to witness how a small wader, feeding at the extreme edge of a drain and blown unexpectedly into it, will simply let the wind drift him across it, scarcely attempting to paddle as he goes, and then, scrambling up the opposite side, begin at once to trot and feed as if nothing had happened. Other interesting birds that come in May are the godwit, the grey plover, the turnstone, and various terns. Rarer than either are the spotted shank, the red-necked phalarope, and the Temminck stint. A catalogue of all the rare birds that have been seen during this month must include the roseate tern and the black-winged stilt. Several dates are mentioned in connection with the black-tailed godwit, and its smaller relation, the bar-tailed godwit, was at one time quite commonly met with. I myself have seen 70 at a time, but it has never been my good fortune to see those great influxes the older Braydeners delight to make mention of. But fortunately, whereas the habitual Braydener may go day after day and lament the absence of this handsome bird, a stranger may casually look round the day after and see quite a mustering of them. The uncertainty of the thing adds piquancy to the quest. The smart grey plover, underclothed with deepest black and with variegated shawl of black and white, is commonly met with, and almost surely begs the visitor's notice by his plaintive calling. He is, to my mind, when in tip-top plumage, as handsome a bird as one can meet with in a long day's march. The late Fielding Harmer, noting the black-winged stilt, remarks, "I saw one on Brayden, May the 19th, 1866. Very wild. Same day it was shot at on Caister Beach, but missed, and went away uninjured in a northeasterly direction. What a pity it is we have not a line respecting its manners and its doings. The whole entry seems to suggest the injunction, shoot it." Booth was the first to detect the white-winged black tern on Brayden. Harmer says he saw Mr. Booth shoot 4 of them all at one discharge at 3 a.m. on May the 26th, 1871, where 7 years later, on May the 8th, 2 gull-billed terns were also obtained. In concluding this chapter, it may be as well to impress on those who should intend visiting this far-famed bird resort that May is, without exception, the most interesting month in the year. Arrangements should be made beforehand with some well-known Braydener to have his punt in readiness, and the flood tide should be chosen. If a south-easterly wind be prevailing, all the better. The fact that disappointment may follow makes good the old saying that the best laid schemes of mice and men gang after gley. Says Fielding Harmer, in 1866, May the 20th, and for 3 or 4 days after, godwits and knots were passing here in a northeasterly direction in thousands, followed for several days by stragglers. But, May 1887, only 2 godwits were seen and 4 knots shot. I myself have known a year to pass by without a solitary godwit being observed. End of section 9.